welcome to everyone. My name is Prashant Chaudhary and I welcome you to this course on HTML5. This is going to be our first course in the series of learning web development. So what you'll achieve in this course. So HTML5 is a very basic markup language and it is the most important building block of web development. So you are going to achieve in this course, you are going to learn about tools that you can use for web development, and doing that you will get to know what are the fastest way to code or what is the fastest way to build your web pages. Obviously you are going to learn about HTML5 web pages, the tags that you are going to use in HTML5, and the syntax that is required to get those tags functioning according to your requirement. We are also going to talk about foundation of web development, that is the HTML5, and I will also talk briefly about CSS and JavaScript when we are going to discuss a particular code line or when you are going to discuss a particular tag. Learning HTML5 is going to be your first step to become a web developer. And once you complete this, so this can be a beginning for you for a great career. But to achieve that, I request you to watch this video till the end. Otherwise, there's no point of learning half of the courseware. So just ensure that you watch this video till the end. Who can get benefited from this course? This is very important for you to know that, if you are absolute beginner or you're a student, so this course is for you, because HTML5 is a very basic markup language and it's important for you to learn this language. In case you are a professional and you want to switch your career, so this course is also for you. And even if you are a general learner, just curious to know what are additional benefits in HTML5 in case you have learned on previous versions of HTML, so still this course is for you. Maybe you would want to skip initial parts where I'm going to discuss tags. So that part you can skip and you can just skip to the advanced parts which are related to HTML5. Before we begin, let me talk about the setup that we are going to need for learning HTML5. So there are many software that you can use, but I'm going to discuss the one that has helped me or that has served me very well in the past years. During the course, I am also going to conduct a live integration in which I'll be using the live code like this. So this is the software that I'm going to use for the course, and this is the Chrome browser. So I am going to tell you how exactly I'm going to do this. Just before we start, whenever I'm going to use shortcut keys, so that will be displayed on the left hand side of the screen like this. So I'm going to make few changes over here. Let's say I'm going to add B tag over here, or let's say I'm going to add simple text over here. I'm adding another exclamation mark. So I'm saving this page and I'm reloading the page. Okay, so you can just notice that this change has occurred here. So what is happening over here is every time when I'm saving this page, or every time I'm keying in this particular shortcut, so our Chrome page is refreshing itself automatically. So you don't have to every time go to the Chrome browser and click on the refresh button. It is going to reload the page automatically for you from the editor itself. That is the main reason, and it is actually very useful when you're going to work on mobile development, or you're going to switch between web development and mobile development when you're going to work on responsive or adaptive websites. So nothing to worry on this one, but it is really important to understand how this development we are going to carry out throughout the course. So moving back to our slides, so I'm going to use Sublime Text application. I'm using Mac OS, and then the primary browser that I'm going to use is Chrome. On Windows machine, you can also install Sublime Text. You can have Chrome, Firefox, or Safari as the default browsers for your development, and same set of codes can execute on in Linux machine as well. So whichever operating system that you have or browser set that you have, you can use Sublime Text. In case you are working on other editors like Visual Studio Code or Notepad++, or maybe Atom, so it's your choice, but this is something that has worked well for me. So Sublime Text is a very popular software. It is free to use. Once in a while it might give you a pop-up for purchasing the application, but it's up to you. In case you are regressively using the application, you can buy the application. or otherwise the free version also works with the 100% features. So I talked about keyboard shortcuts will be displayed on the screen, so key combinations could be different on Windows machine. So instead of command there would be a control button, but that is something really basic. When you are going to integrate Sublime Text for auto reload, a different key combination would be there. I will try to include one separate video in how we can complete this setup process. Let us continue with our learning now. So this is going to be our index. We are going to start with basics first, then we can continue with how HTML can be used. A brief introduction. We are going to discuss elements, element types, attributes, how autofocus can be used. We are also going to talk about head and body tags. Then we have meta tags, which are part of your head tags. We are also going to discuss how script tags can be used, so on. So styles, headings, paragraph, pre-tags, links, etc., etc. So these are going to be the topics that we are going to discuss in this video. So SVG, MathML, Canvas, audio and video. These are new tags that are introduced in HTML5. So we are going to check those tags as well. We'll start with the basics of HTML. So HTML is a hypertext markup language and is a basic building block of World Wide Web, that is WWW or www. HTML basically contains text, tables, list, form, images, and few other representational or presentational elements. We are obviously going to learn each one of this one by one. HTML was developed by Tim Berners-Lee in 1990. In 1996, the World Wide Web Consortium, also known as W3C, became the authority to maintain HTML specifications. So all these set of specifications that are coming related to HTMLs are coming via W3C. HTML also became international standard in year 2000. HTML5 is the latest version of HTML. So you could be aware that in earlier versions were HTML4, which was one of the most popular till HTML5 came in. HTML5 provides a faster and more robust approach to web development. The reason for this is the tags that they have simplified comparing to HTML4. Now we'll check how we can use HTML, where exactly it can be used. So HTMLs can be used to publish your documents online, so that once you develop a certain page, that can be accessible via another user who is connected to the internet. And you can use or you can access other web resources with the help of hyperlinks. Like you can click on mp3 link and a file gets downloaded, or a mp3 song is played on your screen. Other example is you have a PDF file or doc file that can be downloaded or viewed in the browser. So this happens with the help of hyperlinks. You can also create forms to get user inputs. For example, you have a registration page wherein you can enter your username and password, and that is supplied to the server, and server then validates whether you are a valid user or not. You can also create offline version of a website, and that can work without internet. So this particular example is the offline version. So because I have created this HTML file, it is not uploaded anywhere. You can check from the path that it is a general file that is residing on my laptop. You can also have a local host wherein you can paste these files, you can copy these files over there, and the project that you have built can work locally as well as on the local internet. But obviously this will require a local setup. You can use Apache web server for that, but that is something that we can discuss once we become advanced with web technology. With the advancement of HTML5, we can now store users data on the browser itself. So that is something that interesting in HTML5. We can find current location of websites visitor. You must have seen websites like what's my IP. So you can identify from where user is exactly accessing your page. So this could be critical information on certain applications. You can also include images, videos, audio files, flash or movies, and some other applications which can be part of your HTML documents. So that will make your pages more interactive. Now we'll start with basic introduction of HTML5 language itself. So we're going to talk about basic HTML elements and then features of HTML5 and how to use those elements. HTML5 supports a variety of browsers starting from your Apple Safari, Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer. Then there are other browsers also which are supported by HTML5. But one important point that I want to make here is that certain tags might have certain different behavior on a certain browser. Maybe sometimes a certain browser version might not be compatible with a certain tag or behavior of a certain tag. So that is what browser compatibility is. So when we talk about a certain tag, that tag or that code might not be executable, or that file or that particular tag might not get rendered properly on a certain browser. So browser compatibility is one issue that developer needs to be sure of when he is going to develop a certain page. The reason is because we do not know from where user is going to exactly access the page, as in which browser the user is going to use. He could be using Opera, or he could be using Safari, or he could be using Chrome browser. So we need to test our pages on all these available browsers, or at least on the most popular browsers like Chrome, Firefox and Internet Explorer. If it is rendering properly on all 3 or 4 browsers that you're testing, so your job as a developer is done. HTML5 also has new features. So it has new semantic elements, header, footer and section. So earlier these tags were not there. It has new attributes to input tags as well. So this is something that we are going to check in detail. You don't have to worry about it at this moment. You can also embed audio and video without third-party plugins. So earlier till HTML5, we need to have certain external plugins like Flash plugin in order to have your video or audio seen on the page itself. So with the help of HTML5, we are no longer required to be dependent on third-party plugins. Like Flash Player is really not required now. So when you talk about syntax of HTML5, so doc type is the tag which is required for browser to understand what type of HTML you are going to render. So this is basically to reference your document structure. So you can specify what doc type you are referring to. So if you notice this HTML keyword here, so this is going to tell your browser engine that you are referring HTML version 5 here. Okay, so in other cases you can specify a link which whether you're using HTML5 in strict mode or normal HTML4, but those are little complicated things now because we already have a latest version. So let us simplify our learning. So we are going to use doc type like this. HTML document tags are these. So these are again additional tags which are introduced in HTML version 5. So section, article, aside, header, footer, nav, dialog, figure are these new tags related to document tags. So here is one brief example. So this is our doc type. Then we have HTML tag starting from this point till here. Then we have our head tag starting from here till here. Then I have additional tags inside of head tag which are referred here, and most important tag, that is body tag. So other presentational tags can be used like this. So head tag basically is used to set title of your web page. Okay, so that is something that you see in the browser tab. So this is the title because we have specified title over here, so that is visible here. So head tag is also used for calling static resources. So calling JS file or CSS file. So JS is a JavaScript file and CSS is a cascading style sheet. So these static resources are called from the head tag. So why these are called in head tags? So when your body is rendered by the engine, so these files need to be on the local computer, on the user's computer. So these files will be downloaded temporarily on the browser's local memory, and then with the help of these external resources, these markup can be displayed on the web page. Okay, so this is basically is going to assist your code to be rendered beautifully on the browser. So style sheet and JS file. These are static resources in this particular case. So we'll discuss briefly what HTML elements are in HTML5. So a HTML element is an individual component of your HTML document. Okay. So for example, p tag is one HTML element over here. Most of the HTML elements are written with the start tag and they also have a end tag. So this is your start tag and this is your end tag. HTML tag can also have attributes. So attributes are basically like this. Okay, so class equal to code. So this is your attribute and this attribute is holding this particular value. Attributes are specified in double quotes, and between your start tag and end tag you have your content. Okay, so there are empty elements as well wherein there is no start and end tag. Okay, or we may not have content inside of those empty tags. So hr and br are two such empty tags. Okay, so this is invalid, so we cannot write content inside of empty tags. We cannot have starting and ending tags for the empty tags as well. So you can just simply write br or hr. Some other examples of empty tags are image, input, link, meta tag, hr, etc. So again, nothing to worry of each tag here. We are going to check all those tags one by one. We also require sometimes to write comments in our code. So in order to write comments inside of your code, we can use this. So less than exclamation mark dash dash, and it ends with dash dash less than. So whatever content that you have inside of these two tags will be commented out. It won't be rendered in the browser. However, in case you view source code of your rendered HTML, so that can still have these commented code lines. Writing comments makes sense because it makes your code easier to understand, and it may help you or it may help other developers to understand what is the purpose of a certain code snippet in your code file. So this is one example of single line comment, and this is example of multi-line comment. So your starting and ending tags are same. It is just that your content is multi-line. So HTML elements can have two types. One is block level element and other one is inline level element. So block level elements occupies 100% of the available width. So if this is your web page and you have a certain tag, let's say div tag, so it is going to cover maximum width available to it. Okay, however on the other side, when we talk about inline element or inline level element, so those are going to occupy required space only. So in case you have a hyperlinks, it is just going to utilize space available to it to sufficiently display content specified in the hyperlink tag or the e tag. So these are few block level tags which are going to consume full width, and these are your inline level elements. As we discussed earlier that all the elements have attributes. So this is one example. So div tag has attribute id where I am setting value as div code. So this is value that will be associated to id, and then you have your end tag. So attributes have name and value. So these are few attributes that we use for elements. So again, no need to memorize everything. We are just going to look these attributes one by one. So ID is the most common attribute that is required to identify a certain HTML element. Just one important point that I want to make here is that HTML5 has introduced custom attributes as well. So these attributes starts with data hyphen and then you can add another text to it. So this can be used as your custom attribute. So for example, for li tag, I have used data hyphen type as custom attribute, and we can have multiple custom attributes like this. So there's no specific limit to how many number of custom attributes that you can use. So autofocus is another attribute that can be set to input text control. So in input text control, I can specify that the type text when I'm going to use type text, it is going to display a text box on the screen like this. And then I'm specifying name attribute to it, and I'm specifying autofocus. So if you just notice, autofocus doesn't have a value over here. So in this case, it is optional. You don't have to specify attribute value to here. So as long as you specify the attribute, autofocus will be applicable to the HTML element input. So this is the text box. So when I say autofocus and when your web page loads, so your focus will be set to your text box automatically. Then similar to autofocus, we have a required attribute. So when a required attribute is used, we don't need to have a JavaScript or client-side validation that will check whether user had entered value or not. So this is your input type text, and I have specified a required attribute over here. Now we have discussed about attributes in brief. So let us start with discussing each tag separately so that we can discuss other attributes associated with the each tag. We are also going to discuss how a different tag behaves in browser or what result it can give in the browser. So first of all, we have the most important tag, that is head tag. So head tags contains elements that provide extra information about the document. Head tag is mainly used to reference other resources. So we can call a JS file, we can call a CSS file. So these are external static resources that we can call from the server. So head tag or head element acts as a container for all the head elements. So elements which are used inside of head tag are title based link, style, meta, script and no script tags. We are going to check these tags one by one. So title basically defines the title of the document. So this title is assigned to your browser's tab. So base tag defines base URL for all the relative links. So in case you are aware about relative and absolute links, so you can set a path like XYZ is the folder or maybe some URL over here. So this becomes your base path. So in the body, when you're going to call images or some other resources, so this path will be added to the path that you are specifying in the image tag or hyperlink tag. So this will come as default. So why this is important? Because in case you change base location of all your static resources, it makes sense to change the other part of the URL on a single location. So using base tag makes it easy. So these are examples. So this is head tag, and inside the head tag I have the title tag where I have specified title of the web page. And for the base tag I have specified href, so this becomes my base URL. So in the body tag I'm calling one.png file. So the browser is going to request https://www.kodegod.com/one.png. So these parts get automatically added to all the requests that or your web page is going to make. Then we have a link tag. So link tag basically is a relationship between the current document and external style sheets. So in order to call external style sheets, you can use link tag. Then you can have a no script tag also. So when your web page is JavaScript heavy or it needs JavaScript to be executed for your web page to function correctly, we need to ensure that JavaScript is enabled in the browser. So you can have this tag. So this tag basically will check whether the JavaScript is enabled or not. So in case JavaScript is disabled, so you can have certain text that can be displayed on the page. So here are the examples. So this is how you call external style sheet. You have link tag. You are specifying here that it is a style sheet, and you have call to the static resource. Then this is how you use no script tag. So in case JavaScript is disabled, so this can be displayed on the page. So in case the JavaScript is enabled, so this part will not be executed or this part will not be rendered on the screen. Then we have meta tag, which provides metadata or meta information about the document. So you can specify what character set that you're using. You can specify name of the author. You can specify author's name using the content tag. Okay, so meta tag have additional information like description of the page or keywords. So this is something that is used by search engines to display results on their web page. So if you can check here, keywords description, author name, character encoding, and other metadata is displayed using meta tag. So this is how you specify character set. This is how you specify author related information, and this is how you can specify keyword. So all the information inside of your meta tags, it is not displayed on the web page. So this information is basically used by the browsers and search engine and other web services. You also have description and viewport attribute. So inside of your description you can specify your content, and this content can be used by the search engine to display description related to your web page result. And viewport you can use to set best viewport size and scaling limits for your web page. So this instruction can be used by your web browser to set this information so that web pages are displayed correctly based on your specifications. So you can specify a device width here, and you can set initial scale size as 1. So this is standard. We can check this later on as well. So now the next tag is very important, that is script tag. So script tag is basically used to embed or reference external JavaScript code. So there are two types of script tag. One is embedded JavaScript and other one is the external JavaScript. So when you have an embedded JavaScript, you can write your code inside the script tag directly. So this will be your JavaScript code that will be executed as soon as your web page is loaded. Or using the external script, what you can do is you can call the external JS file or the JavaScript file like this using the source attribute. So this is how you can call external JavaScript using script tag. Then you have styles tag. So CSS was basically introduced to provide a better way to style HTML elements. So CSS can be a different coursework altogether. So that is something that we're not going to discuss in this video. So CSS style sheet can be attached as a separate document, or those can be embedded just like the JavaScript code but using style tags. So there are three methods in which this style can be applied. One is the inline style, other one is embedded or internal styles, and other one is the external style. So inline is basically when you use your style sheet code inline to your tags. Other one is in case you can use inside the styles tag, and third method is when you can call external file itself which has basically these style rules. So let us check one by one. So you can use inline styles inside of your style tag, and this particular style will be applied to your this particular tag only. Okay, so you're setting font size 30 and color red to h1 element only. Similarly, you are specifying a different style code for p tag, this style code for div tag. Writing HTML inline styles will give the highest priority to this code. Okay, and then you have embedded or internal style sheets where you write style tag inside of head section. It has lower priority compared to the inline styles. So this is your style tag, and you have your CSS code over here that you have specified. Now both the methods that we just discussed, inline and embedded, are not really very popular in standard coding conventions. Reason being, it increases size of your HTML page, because HTML page has to travel completely from the server and then browser can render that page. However, in case you write external file, so your HTML web page will come first, and once browser starts rendering your page, it is going to call external files. So your page becomes light in weight and the page is rendered faster. So external styles are advisable. So you should always try to write your CSS styles code into external files. So tag that we use for external style is your link tag, and it has lower priority compared to the inline and embedded style sheet. So this is how you can just link your external resource using href tag, and you have to specify that it is a style sheet. You can also use import tag, and you can write it inside the embedded style sheet tag. So you can write @import, and then you can specify the URL. Only drawback of this particular method is that once your page loads, then this call will be made. Okay, so in case you have to render something immediately when the page is loaded, that won't happen. Reason being, the resource has to get downloaded on the browser first as a part of your response, and then only the style sheets will be up. We have completed all the important head tags. Now we'll check what different tags that we can use from the body tag. So most common is the H1 to H6 tags. So these are basically used for displaying headings on your HTML web page. So higher the level number, it will have greater importance, and the larger and bolder text as well. So this is typically the syntax. So you can have starting h1 tag and ending h1 tag. So whatever displayed inside of these starting and ending tag will be displayed on the page. But depending on this particular number, that is h1, h2, h3 and so on, so the text will be higher in size or bolder. So h1 would be of the highest importance. So this is the output of your h1 tag, this is for h2 and so on. So h6 will be the smallest font that can be displayed on the web page. Now again, these tags can be customized using CSS style sheet. The next is paragraph, and that are defined using p tag. So few examples are here. So you just use starting and ending tag for p tag. Whatever that is displayed inside of p tag, that will be displayed on the page. All the p tags will have 100% of the weight. So to browser, it is just a segment or a content block that is displayed on the web page. So we can have multiple p tags. Similarly, we can have br tag. This is used for line break. So in case of paragraphs, you can have a certain paragraph of long length, something like this. Okay, so these are your lines of text, and you have ending p tag. So let's say you require line break somewhere here, so you can include a br tag over here. Okay, and it will put the sentences from the next line. Okay, so this will be the line feed over here because of this br tag, and whatever that comes after the br tag, it will be displayed from the next line. And then we have hr tag, wherein we create horizontal rules or lines on the web page. So let us say this is your one p tag, this is another p tag, and in between those two paragraphs I have created one hr tag. So this is your first paragraph, this is second paragraph, and this is the horizontal line that is added because of this hr tag. So again, it is going to cover 100% of the width, or whatever the container that it is going to have. It could be having a div, and inside that div you have written this particular code. So whatever the parent container we have specified, so hr is going to utilize width of that container. Okay, just to explain it again, let us say this is your page, and in case you have created a hr on this particular page, let's say you have a p tag. Okay, and inside that p tag you have this particular code, and let us say it is going to cover 100% of the width. So hr is going to cover up complete width of the page. Or in case you have, let's say, some small section over here, let's say a p tag, and in case you have written hr inside of this p tag, so it is just going to cover this particular section. So the next is pre tag. So in pre tag, it is used to display spaces and tabs and lines break as it is. Sometimes it is required that whatever content you want to display as is, so you can use pre tag. Okay, so whatever the number of spaces or the line feed you have written inside of pre tag, that will be displayed as is. Okay, so you don't have to specify a br tag over here. Okay, even you can write multiple spaces. So in case of HTML, what happens is, in case you have spaces like this, those might get omitted. Okay, so pre tag can be used in such cases. Okay, so if you notice, this number of spaces are added automatically in the browser window. So this is your output. Then we have a very important tag, that is a link tag. So links are basically used to move user from one page to another page, and it has two ends called as anchors. So let us say this is your first page, this is your second page. Okay, so your HTML will be displayed on this page, which will have a href. Okay, and that href is going to link to this page. So once user clicks on this link, it will be redirected to this particular web page. So usually all the browsers have some default color scheme applied to visited or unvisited links. So this is the default color of unvisited link, that is a blue color. And then once you visit that link and when you revisit that particular page, you'll see the same link into purple color like this. And when you click on a link, that is when you have pressed the mouse button, that particular moment of time your link color will be red. So that is the active link color. So this is the syntax of a href link. So you have a tag, you specify href attribute, there you specify the URL where user will be redirected to once he clicks on this particular link. So this is the text that will be displayed as part of your hyperlink. Ahref also has important attributes related to it. It tells browser how exactly the page needs to be open. So to target tag, we have these 4 values. Okay, so the syntax is like this. You have your ahref and then URL, and using the target attribute you can specify these values. Okay, so when you say underscore blank and when user clicks on that particular link, it will open a new window or a tab. And when you have parent window, so this is how it works. So let us say you have a browser. Okay, so this is your web page, and then inside this page, let us say you have a iframe, an iframe tag. So this is something that we can discuss later when we are going to talk about iframe. But just to understand this concept now, so iframe is basically, it is your page within another page. So this is your main page. Okay, and this is your, let's say, iframe. Okay, so if your iframe has a link somewhere, okay, and when you click on this link, and in case you have specified target as underscore parent, so that link will be open inside of your parent, that is this particular browser window. Okay, and when you have target equal to underscore self, so user will be redirected into this particular iframe only, so your parent remains as is. Underscore top is also similar, but in case you have more levels of these HTML elements, let's say you have this first level, and then you have another iframe, and then you have this third iframe which is inside of the second iframe. So when you click on this particular link, and in case you have target specified as underscore top, then the user will be navigated to the specified page on this particular window, that is the topmost window. Okay, so technically he will be redirected to a new page. So in a way, he is also won't be able to see these pages. Okay, let's say this was your page A and you have specified page B to be redirected. Now page A was having these iframes. Okay, and a hyperlink in this iframe is telling explicitly that the main page should be redirected to B. So in a way, it is going to take the access away from these two iframes to a new page. Okay, I think this can be little complex to understand, but when we are going to check a few programs on it, especially when we are going to learn about iframe, there you will find it very easy to understand. So parent and top, these two attributes you might not be using too often, but blank and self, these are two common attribute values related to target, which is something that we'll be using very often. So underscore self is the default value. So in case you don't specify target attribute, so underscore self will be considered as the default value. Now sometimes it happens that when we are required to click on a certain link and we are required to move users attention to a certain section of the same page. Okay, so let us assume you have such long web page. Okay, and your screen is going to cover this much of the section only. Okay, and you have a link somewhere here. Okay, so once you click on this page, you want user to see this particular DOM element. Okay, so we need to specify that, once we click on this link, this particular element should get focus. Okay, so page will be scrolled automatically and this particular section will be moved to your screen area at the top. Okay, now in order to this to happen, we need to specify ID of this particular HTML element. Okay, and ID can be accessed by using hash. So let's say this is your h2 tag. Okay, so to h2 tag I'm specifying ID. Okay, so this is identification element of this DOM element h2, and I'm calling this h2 as section folio, and in the ahref I'm specifying hash and then the ID, that is section folio. So your page can have multiple IDs like this, and you can have multiple ahref links, and as long as you have correct ID, you can change focus to the specified HTML element. Okay, so this is especially required when you have, let's say, user has moved to in the bottom of the page, and let's say he has scrolled fair enough amount of time to reach to the bottom, and in case he has to now move to the top again, he has to scroll back again. So instead of to save his time, you can have, let's say, one image over here and then a icon of up arrow, and then once user clicks here, so it will be directly scrolled to the top. So for that to happen, you need to have some DOM element over here which will have, let's say, certain ID XYZ, and you can specify that ID in ahref of this particular image element. Okay, we will see the functioning example of this one when we complete study of all the tags like image, ahref and everything. So we'll be conducting few live coding examples once this particular theory part is completed for all the tags. And then finally, we need to check one important attribute, that is placeholder. So it can be used along with certain tags like input and text area. So this is basically used to provide a hint to the user that you need to enter email address or you need to enter username. Okay, so this is something that will be displayed when the page is loaded on the browser. So this is the default text that is displayed, and once user sets focus on this particular text area, so this will vanish, and once user starts typing, new text will be displayed. When user deletes everything, again this part will be displayed. So let us try to see how these all tags will be working inside of your browser. So let us try writing some code and let us see how these tags behave in your browser. Now that we have seen these few slides, now let us see how these tags we can use in HTML. Notice in your Sublime you can create one test file. I am calling this file as test.html. Then you start writing with less than and then write HTML and then press tab. So once you press the tab, this default template related to HTML will be added automatically to your file. Notice that we have HTML over here as a doc type, so which by default tells us that this is HTML5. Okay, now this is our head tag. Okay, so title is inside of head tag, and then we have this body tag. Okay, so this is your starting HTML, ending HTML, then this is your head tag, and this is your body tag. If you notice on the left hand side, I have the browser window where I have opened this file. Okay, so if you see here, nothing is printed over here because body tag doesn't have anything. So I'm just going to add this random text over here. So I'm writing something inside of my body tag, let's say kodegod.com. Okay, and then I'm just refreshing the browser. So kodegod.com is displayed in the browser if you notice here, and because there is no title that we have added for the page, so test.html is shown here. So let us try to add that title here. Let's say I'm writing HTML5 tutorial. Okay, I'm just refreshing the page again. So if you notice, HTML5 tutorial as a title is added for the page. Okay, now let us try few more things. Okay, let us make this particular text as the title of the page. So I'm again writing h1 and then I'm pressing tab. So this has added over here. I am just cutting this part using Ctrl X and then pasting it over here. Okay, so when I say Control X, that is your shortcut in the Windows key. In MacBook, it is Command C for copying, Command X for cutting, and Command V for pasting. So command is equal to control in the Windows. Okay, so I'll just refresh it again. So you must have noticed that kodegod.com is now in the bold. Okay, so just for the example now, to copy this whole line, I'm just pressing Control C or Command C, and then I'm just going to paste it. So these 6 lines will be pasted over here. Okay, so I pasted 6 lines. So I'm just going to change this numbering over here. I'm refreshing the page. So this is the output. Okay, now let us continue. We'll check one p tag. I'm just adding few lines over here. Learning code is very easy if you spend time on your computer. Anyways, I'm just writing anything. I'm refreshing the page. So this is your p tag. Now to understand this concept, I'm just adding some text. I'll just copy this part, paste it over here. Okay, refresh the page again. So you must have noticed that this particular part has come on the new line, because for the browser we are specifying in a way using p tag that this is the new paragraph for me. So let me just try to extend this text. Okay, so maybe you can understand it better. Okay, and I'm refreshing the page. Okay, so this line has come automatically. Now because there is no any style sheet that we have added, so this is something looking like two different paragraphs. Or let me just copy and paste this particular p tag. Okay, I pasted the code over here. Let me just make it a little beautiful. Okay, when I just refresh the page, so these two are my p tags. Okay, and this is the default text which was there. Okay, now let us try to add some css. Okay, so we have seen that we can write style tag. Okay, so by default type is equal to text.css. So for body tag, I'm writing very basic css over here. You can ignore this part if you want. In case you don't know anything related to css, you can just completely ignore this part. Okay, so I'm just adding some margin, okay, of let's say 10 pixels. Okay, for p tag. Okay, then let us see what happens. I would refresh this page. So you must have seen these few pixels have got added. Okay, let me just increase it a little more, let's say 50 pixels. Okay, so if you see this margin has got added, so not only to the left but to the bottom, right and top as well. So only for all the p tags which will be added on this page, style will be added to all the p tags on the page. Now let us see what exactly this page has rendered. If you just go on right clicking on your browser and go to view source, you'll see the same exact code would be there. Okay, now as I mentioned, instead of writing this code inline, this is always recommended to call your file. So how we can call these files is, I'm just going to cut this portion. Okay, I'm going to remove this particular code. Okay, I'm going to create a new file. Okay, I'm pasting my css code over here, saving this file as style.css. okay, notice that this file I'm going to write in this same folder where my test.html is there. So I'm just saving this file. Sublime is going to give me this warning message. I'm going to use css. So you must have noticed that this formatting of this page has got changed. Earlier it was shown as simple black text. So now Sublime has formatted this according to CSS. For us it becomes easier to code. Okay, now the next step is to call this file. Okay, now let us just for the experiment, let us try to refresh the page again. Okay, yeah, when you refresh, because there is no code now, so that margin has got removed from here. Now what we need to do is call that file so that CSS is applied. So we'll use link tag now. Okay, so here we just need to refer the file name. So the file name is style.css. Okay, so after refreshing, so the CSS has got applied. If you go to view source, you will find that the file was linked properly. If you click on this file, you will see your file code over here, which is exactly similar to this, because this file is called by the browser. Okay, let me close this. So you've seen p tag, h1 to h6 tags we will now see how we can add BR tag or HR tag. So let's say we'll add HR tag first. So it will add one line between these two paragraphs. Now in case you want some BR tag to be added, or you want certain text to be added on the next line, so you can write BR tag. So once I refresh the page, so you can see that BR tag is added, that is next line is automatically added, that is the text coming after this particular point will be coming on to the next line. Okay, you can add multiple BR tags, so I can write something like this as well. It has added two BR tags, one immediately after this full stop, and then this is the second line that has got added because of this second BR. Okay, now let me use this code to demonstrate pre tag. So I'm writing pre, okay, and then I'm closing the pre tag. Okay, so this is my pre tag. Let me just refresh. Okay, now because there's no noticeable difference now, so because we know that we can add x number of spaces, and we can also add, let's say, enter few lines. So let me just refresh the page. Okay, so you can see that for this tag, this code is rendered, and a font is slightly different comparing to the default font of the browser. Okay, but again, this can be, you can write your custom code for styling, how text can be displayed. So let me just again make this thing a little good to look. Okay, now finally we'll check how hyperlinks will work. So let me just add hyperlink somewhere here. I'm just writing, let's say, a href. The content that I want to get displayed is, let's say, click here for more, and then I'm writing inside of my href some URL. So let's say https://www.kodegod.com. Okay, so once you refresh, so you'll see this default color of the link in blue. When we click on the link of some, yeah, okay, so we need to replace with the dot. We refresh the page. Okay, now see, if the link has got visited and the color has turned into purple. For the second time when we visit, it is going to open kodegod.com properly. Okay, and this is the active state when I have clicked on the link but not released my mouse button. Okay, so once I release, the link color will change to blue, and this is how our page is. Okay, so this was about the ahref tag, and then we can have our attributes that can be added. That was for target attribute. So default behavior of the target is underscore self, okay, which is the current behavior. I'm refreshing the page, so when I click, the link will be opened in the same page. Okay, let me just take Google for example. Okay, I'm refreshing the page, and when I click here, so google.com is displayed. Now because google.com is the external page, so ideally we should not be opening it in the same page. So what we can do is we can write blank as the attribute value, and when we refresh and click on the link, it has opened link in the new tab. Okay, so other two examples, that is top and parent, it is something that we will check when we talk about iframes. Okay, because I think in current knowledge that we have, whatever I have talked till this point, I think understanding top and parent could be too much at this point of time. So I'll touch upon this topic again when we are going to learn about iframe tag. Okay, so let us move back to our slide. Okay, all links also have bookmark anchors. Okay, so HTML tags can have IDs, okay, associated with a particular tag. Okay, so let us say I'm adding one more p tag over here. I'm specifying ID for this particular tag. Let's say important content. Okay, so I'm just copying this part and I'm displaying this is some important info. Okay, so let us see this is rendering or not. So it has got rendered. If we check here. Okay, now we will just add one more link somewhere here at the top with the help of ahref. Move to important part. Okay, and then I'm specifying ID in the href with the help of one hash. Okay, So this is basically for browser to understand that I'm referring to a element on the same page. Okay, so I'm just refreshing, so you can see this part is there. When I click here, so we have just moved to the important part. Okay, now I'm just going to add few more paragraph at the bottom, because when you click on this part, okay, because there's no content coming below this particular part, so that is why this part is at the bottom. But in case you have some more content below this tag, so I'm just adding that. Okay, refreshing the page. Okay, now you can see that there is a lot of content that we have got added below this important information. So when you click on the link that we have created over here, so this particular element will come at the browser's top left hand side, and then it will come at the top. Okay, so I'm clicking here, so you can see that this information has come at the top. Okay, so as per the slide, that it is two-part process. First is that we add id attribute and we specify the target element using the hash character, and id can be specified to any HTML tag. Some exceptions are, let's say, HR tag or BR tag, so it doesn't make sense to add id for these particular tags. Either you can specify it for ahref, div tag, p tag, wherever at least some level of content is displayed. Then we have placeholder attribute, wherein we can specify certain text to be displayed when a HTML element is displayed. So input tag is one example. So input tag can be used for displaying text box on the screen. Okay, you can specify type equal to text, then a text box will be displayed. You can specify type equal to email. The field will act as HTML text box for email, and placeholder is displayed whatever value that you specify in the placeholder attribute when user has not inserted any text inside the text box. So let us try to understand this with one example. So just I'm adding, let's say, user name colon, then input type is equal to email, name I'm using as username. Okay, and then I'm writing placeholder equal to enter your email. I'm saving, refreshing, so the text box has appeared here. If you just check that enter new mail is displayed there as the placeholder, when I click on this part and I start writing, so that has gone now. Okay, in case I delete the text, it will come again. Okay, now just a small solution, that in case you have noticed that this particular text box is just coming next to the your hyperlink, what you can do is you can add a br tag to take it to the next line, like this. Okay, when I refresh, it has moved to the next line. Another important aspect of placeholder is that we cannot add next line, or you cannot add line feed. So I cannot write br tag over here, or I cannot write enter. So even if I write enter, it won't work as expected. So you can see that space has got added, it's not a new line character. Okay, so these are our results. Now let us begin with text formatting tags. So we have first b tag. So all the text formatting tags are basically used to display text differently, to make content more readable. So B tag is basically a tag which is used to make the text bold. So the syntax is quite easy. So inside of other tags, I have B tags. So I can write B tag to display certain text into bold. So it's not necessary that we are required to use b tag only. This is just I have taken as an example. So b tag can appear in other tags as well. So this is the output. This text is displayed in bold. Then we have I tag. So I tag is used to display text in italic. So this is the syntax. So whatever written inside these two tags will be displayed in slightly tilted format, like this. So this is called as italic text. Then we have strong tag. So strong tag is basically used to make the text strongly important with the bold type. So whatever written inside of strong tags will be displayed with the strong emphasis, like this. Okay, so this is your normal text, and because of strong tag, this information is displayed in bold type. Then we have em tag. So em is used to make the text stress emphasized with italic type. So this is going to be the output when we use a certain text inside of em tags. So em tags and I tags technically give the almost the same output, but I tag is generally used for displaying last section, whereas em tag technically is used in case you have certain text that need to be emphasized. It could be a phrase or a single word. Then we have mark tag. It is used to highlight the text, like we use certain important notes to get highlighted. So this is something similar to highlighting in a certain section. So this type of highlighting will be displayed on the screen when you have in a certain section hidden inside of mark tag. Then we have small tag. So this is used to display smaller text. So this can be used in examples like you have, let's say, rupees 100 as the MRP displayed on a web page, or let's say dollar 10. So just next to it, in case you need to display information that shipping is free, or the price includes taxes. Okay, so I can write inclusive of taxes. So this information is important, but it is not very critical to be displayed over here. So this kind of information can be displayed or written inside of small tag. Also at the footer text, when we have copyright information, those type of information can be displayed inside of small tags as well. So this is the output when we use the small text. So this text is displayed in small size. Then we have code tag. So for code tag, it displays fragment of computer code. So the text will be displayed in a certain font. Usually the font is Courier New. So because we have written this inside of code tag, so you can notice the difference in font type as well. Then we have sub and sub, sub and sup tag. Okay, so these are subscript and superscript tags. So if this is your normal character line, okay, so whatever comes inside of subscript will be displayed here, and whatever comes inside of superscript will be displayed over here. So if you just notice here, because of sub tag written over here, this particular text is subscripted, okay, and this text is superscripted because of sub tag used here. So, okay, so let's say you want to write H2O. Okay, so the HTML that you need to write is H sub then 2, then end this tag with sub and then write O. Okay, let's say you want to write X raised to 20. So you need to write code as X superscript 20, then end your superscript tag. Okay, so this will print X raised to 20. Then you have delete tag. So delete is commonly used in editorial deletions when you have displayed certain information on a web page, and let's say 2 or 3 days down the line, or let's say 2 or 3 months down the line, editor gets more correct information. In that case, he can strike out old information and just write new information just next to it. So this is the example. So you have a del tag, okay, and then this is the output. Okay, so this information has got striked out. Okay, and if required, new information can be added just after the del tag. And then we have block code tag. So when we use block code tag, information is displayed with intended left and right margin. It also adds a little space above and below. So if this is your HTML code block and this is your block code, so this information will be intended to left and right. Now because we don't have anything on the right hand side, so right intent won't be much visible, but if you just notice over here, so it has added a left indentation, and then the space is also added at the top and bottom. Okay, so block quote is information in case you have to display someone's quote, so it gives you the default formatting. Then we have abbreviation tag. So it is written as ABBR tag. So whatever is written inside of the tag will be displayed on the browser, and when we hover mouse on this particular text, this additional information will be displayed in the tooltip. Okay, and this information can be written inside of title attribute. Okay, so it will display something like this. It will show these dotted lines below the abbreviated keyword. Okay, and when you hover over it, it will show a tooltip just here directly, and it will display the content from your title attribute. Okay, we'll see it in the live editor and browser integration. And then we have address tag, so this can be used to display contact information, and most browser it will display address in the italic format, so something like this. So if you have your HTML like this, it will be displayed like this. So now let us see everything by example. So I'm going to create a new file. Okay, so file new. Let us save this file first. So I'm calling it this file as text formatting. I'm copying this text as well, dot html. I have copied this file name. So this file is created at the same location. So I'm just going to change the file name over here, and I'm going to press enter. So this is the blank file. So let us try some text over here. Hi, and refresh the browser. Okay, so hi has come here. So let us now start writing HTML. So HTML, then tab. So this has come directly. I'm just writing some title over here. So let's say text formatting. Then I'm going to write a text. Let's say kodegod, and this needs to be in bold tag. Okay, so I have completed the tag over here. Let's say, so let us see. So this is the output. Kodegod is in bold. So let us add a few more tags. Let's say inside of I tag, I'm writing learn programming. Okay, and then U tag, which is used for underlining text. Okay, let's say I'm writing step by step. Okay, and then refresh. So you can see these three tags are used, and it has displayed certain information in bold. Then this part is in italic, and this is underlined because of U tag. Okay, now notice that this is coming everything in line. There's no line break, so if you want, we can add those line breaks. Okay, so I will just add it. When I refresh, so this is the output. Let us continue. We'll check few more tags. Let's say I'm writing now some text, lorem ipsum. Okay, so lorem ipsum is just a random text that can be added. Okay, so let me just remove this part. Okay, so this is some random text. Now let us say we want to emphasize on this particular section. Okay, so I can write em. Okay, and let us say I'm going to close this part. Okay, so when I refresh, you will see that this particular text is slightly emphasized. Okay, now let us try to add strong tag as well. So strong, and let's say I'm going to highlight this particular word. Okay, so when I refresh, okay, you can see that this particular word is basically displayed in bold. Okay, then we have address tag. Okay, so whatever information that it will be displayed, let's say I'm writing, I don't know, one infinite loop, California, US. This is address for Apple's head office, California. Okay, and then maybe some pin code like this. Okay, so if I just refresh, okay, so in case you're noticing pop-up is displayed there, let me just do some changes and see. Okay, wait, let us say I'm adding few more information, some more information here. Let's say Apple Inc. When I refresh, so just ignore this pop-up which is coming. This is coming because of this lorem ipsum text that we have added. Browser is trying to think that maybe this information is Latin information, so it is trying to convert it to English. So we don't want that. So I'm just going to tell it that never translate the Latin. So until I think it will start bugging me during the development. Okay, so most of the tags as we have seen. Now let us see the superscript and subscript tag. So let us try to print x raised to 20. Okay, so let's say x superscript 20. Okay, so if I refresh, you can notice that it has written in the required format. So let us try to see whether we can write H2O. So I'm just going to copy this and paste. So instead of superscript, I'm writing subscript now. So then I'm going to replace x with h. So h, then 2 o. Okay, So if I refresh, so it has displayed H2O. Okay, again if I want, I can add BR tag. Okay, so it comes on next line properly. Okay, now let us try to use del tag over here. Okay, so this information can be used to mark as deleted. Okay, so this is the del tag I have created. So this information should be displayed as striked out. Okay, so if you can notice here, okay, let me just add a space over there so the text is separated properly. So this is how the striked out information will be displayed. Now let us try to highlight some information. Let's say I'm going to highlight this last line. So I'm going to use mark and then end it with the closing tag. So when I refresh, so it has highlighted this text. Okay. Last that we need to see is the abbreviation tag. So let us say on the ipsum I need to display something. So I'm using abbr tag, then I'm writing title, let's say kodegod.com, and then I'm ending the tag over here. Okay, so when I refresh, okay, you can notice that the ipsum keyword has this dotted underline. Okay, and when I stop my mouse over here on the hover, it is displaying me kodegod.com. Okay, just to display it properly, I'm zooming the web page. Okay, so this is how abbreviation will be displayed. Okay, then finally let us see the block code tag. Okay, so somewhere here I'm going to add block code. Okay, so I'm ending the tag, and let us say after this particular point I want to end the block code tag. Sorry. Okay, so this is the ending part. Let me just make it a little beautiful. So when I refresh, so you'll see that this particular section has got this left and right indentation. Okay, also some space is added at the top and bottom as well. One more tag that I actually forgot to mention was the code tag. So let me add some more lorem ipsum text. Let me remove this start of the tag. Okay, and then somewhere, let's say I'm introducing this tag code. Okay, and then I'm just writing some random code. Okay, let's say printf this is this awesome. Okay, when I refresh, so you'll notice slight change in the font. Okay, so this is almost displayed as the Courier new font. Okay, so printf spelling, just I don't know, it's not important here, but that is all right. So printf, so this is the output. Okay, so this is really required when you immediately want to display some technical information or some programmatical information, so you can use code tags. So that was all for file formatting. Let us continue with other tags. Alright, so now let us check the next set of tags that is related to images. So image is very important aspect of all web pages. So because images enhance visual appearance of the whole web pages. Reason being, an image can explain more than text or words. So image tag is used in inserting images in web pages. It's an empty element. It doesn't have any ending tag. So this is the general syntax of image tag. So if you notice, it doesn't have any ending tag. Okay, it has important attributes like width and height, and generally your image can be of this size, and on a page you might reduce this image size, okay, by specifying height and width. So let's say your existing image was of height 100 pixel and width 200 pixel, but you can still specify height and width, and you can display that image into smaller size, maybe let's say 100 pixel of width and 50 pixel of height. When you specify image tag and when your page gets loaded, so whatever URL that you specify, that image will be called. So URL is basically consists of file name or a full URL. So this URL can be an external URL. You can call URL from any other website as well, or you can call it from your local server. And you can also specify alt text, that is alternative text. So in case somehow the image does not exist or image does not get loaded on the browser, so this alternate text will be displayed. Okay, So this is the syntax, and this is one example. So I have specified file name over here, and in case the file doesn't arrive or the image doesn't display on the browser, so this alternate text will be displayed. And width and height is usually by default considered in pixels. Okay. One thing to importantly understand here is all these attributes are optional, but when you don't specify either of these two, let's say you have specified width and you have not specified height, or vice versa, that is you have specified height and not width, so other parameter will be calculated in the ratio automatically. Okay, so let's say you have not write this part. Okay, so in case your original image was of 400 by 400, okay, that is 400 in width and 400 in height, and you have specified width as 200, so height will be calculated to 200 automatically. Okay, you can also specify, let's say, 400 and 200 as the width and height explicitly. Now in this case, what is going to happen if your original image was of 400 width? Okay, you are specifying height as 200 and width as 400. Okay, so this is your width and this is your height, 400 400, and you have specified 400 as width and 200 as height. So what is going to happen is, let's say you have image like this. Okay, so suppose this is your image, it will be shrinked, okay, to something like this. Okay, also let's say you have specified height as 800, okay, and width as still 400. Okay, so in this case image will be stretched and it will become something like this. Okay, so ideally you should not specify both the height and width explicitly. That is a general standard coding convention. It benefits you in two ways. First is that it doesn't alter your image aspect ratio, and other thing is your length of your HTML or your size of code also get reduced. Okay, because you are not going to specify one parameter. So to understand this thing particularly, we'll check, in the live browser session how this gets reflected into the browser. One new tag that is introduced in HTML5 is the picture tag. Okay, it allows multiple version of image to display into different set of target devices. Okay, now what does this mean is, because now we have multiple device sizes, so this could be your cell phone, then this could be your desktop. Okay, so these are basically screens of your devices. Let's say the size of your desktop is, let's say, 1028 by 768. Okay, and let's say size of your mobile devices, let's say 240 by 360. Now you notice that the orientation itself is different. Okay, plus in mobile you can hold your mobile horizontally. Okay, so this aspect will again change. Okay, so this will become 360 and this will become 240. Similarly, you can also set up your monitor vertically, or you can have tab device which can be held vertically and horizontally. Again, that also has a different device size. Okay, now your image won't fit in the same aspect ratio or in the same height and width format across all these options that we are going to have. So we just spoke about 6 different options. So technically there are many more options than this. So to have your image fit perfectly everywhere, like this, maybe like this, or the same image can fit something like this on the larger screens. So to specify this, you can use picture tag, which is quite useful, and it can be used with source tag. Okay, so this source tag is optional, it's not compulsory, but one image tag inside of your picture tag is compulsory. Okay, so when you specify this image, okay, you can specify other sets of images. Okay, and media attribute, wherein you can specify minimum width colon the size of the device. Okay, so if minimum width is this, then this particular image will be displayed. If maximum width of a device is 500 pixel, then this particular image will be displayed. Okay, and if none of the scenario is matching, then this one will be displayed. So each source element will have this attribute which will be responsible for calling a particular image. Okay, so now this decision is taken by the browser that which particular image needs to be called. Okay, so important thing to understand here is that a same set of code is going to display different set of images, and the choice will be made depending on the device that user is using or the screen size user's device has. Okay, then related to images, we can use map tag also, wherein you can have a certain image, okay, and a particular section of the image needs to be clickable. Okay, so you can create sections like a square, or you can create sections like rectangle, circle, and polygons. Okay, so these sections can be made clickable. So we call these sections as the hotspots, and these hotspots can be made clickable. Okay, so this is a single image. Okay, and we have created these maps or hotspots which are we making clickable. So in order for this to execute, we can specify the image tag. Inside of image tag, we have specified source tag, where I have specified the file name. Then under use map is one new attribute where I specify which map tag I need to refer to. Okay, so hash basically is used to specify the ID, or gmap is something that will help browser to locate this map code. Okay, and again, if the image doesn't load, it will just display gmap, that is the alternate text. And now inside of map tag, I've specified the name as this particular map tag as gmap, so that when we refer to this code can be consumed. So now which area to make clickable, for that we use the area tag, and then we specify shape. Okay, so that can be circle, poly, and rectangle as I specified here. And then we need to specify coordinates. So usually these initial ones are the location in the image set. Okay, so in case of circle, this is the radius, and in case of polygons, these are different locations in the image, and in case of rectangle, this is width and height of the rectangle starting from one corner. Okay, and then we specify href, as in when we click on that particular area where user should be navigated to. So I think with the help of one example, you'll understand it better. I'll also give a reference to a particular website, so using which you can get these coordinates automatically. There are many tools available. So we are going to take this example. Okay, so this image I've taken from our Instagram page. So what I'm going to do is, on this particular image, I'm going to make this particular section as clickable using the circle, and then this laptop I'm going to make clickable using rectangle, and then here I'm going to use the poly. Okay, so something like this. So this is how it is going to be. Okay, and this is the code that will be compiled. Okay, or this is the code that we will be required to have this working properly. So let us now create one new file. So I'm calling this file as, let's say, image tags. And if you notice, this save time png is something that we are going to call here. Okay, so this file I had already created here. So I had created a copy of this file. So I'm going to start writing my HTML code. Okay, wait, I think I did not specify file name correctly. .html I did not add. Yeah, so file is created now. So I'm starting to write my HTML code, HTML, then I'm pressing tab. So let's say I'm just calling image sets. Okay, then I'm going to call one image tag, to which I'm specifying source as save time dot png. Okay, so this is our file name. So when I reload, nothing is happening over here. Reason is this is a different browser that we are referring to. I'm going to change the file name that to image tags. Okay, yes, so this has loaded the image. Now you can see dimensions of this particular image is 1080 by 1080. which is bigger than the available width or height that we have in the browser. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify height to, let's say, 50 pixels. Okay, and I refresh. So this has reduced. So let me increase it little by, let's say, 200. Let me increase it little more, 400. Okay, so because we have specified height only, so it has calculated the width in proportion automatically. When I specify width explicitly, okay, then if you just specify, let's say, 100 pixel, so you'll see that now the image has got shrinked. Okay, so this is something that we usually want to avoid. So that is the reason why either specify height or width, so your aspect ratio of the image doesn't get altered. Okay, so I have removed the width again. So this is how we are going to use image tag. You can also specify alt tag. Okay, let's say I'm going to say image missing, because we have the image there, but let's say I change the image name. Let's say I'm just adding one over here. When I refresh, okay, so you can see because the image was broken or because the browser did not find this image, it has displayed image missing here. Okay, so I'm just going to undo it, refresh. All right, so now we need to check how we can create picture tag. Okay, so instead of picture, we know that we need to specify image. So I'm just going to copy this part here, going to display it here, hit refresh. So it has displayed this part, but now we need to add source tag as well. Okay, so I'm writing source. So I'm going to have, let's say, save time underscore small dot png. Okay, and then media equal to max width, let's say 400 pixels. Okay, so when we are going to have maximum width as 400, so this particular image will be displayed. Okay, and in other cases this image will be displayed. Okay, now let me reduce it to 350. So let me just reduce size of this image and create a copy which will be, let's say, 200 pixels. So what I have done is now I have created this one more image. Size of this image is 175 by 175, and this is our default image. So you can notice the significant difference between both the images in terms of content. So I have also changed the code as per the example given in the slide. So I have specified minimum width in the media tag as 1000 pixel. So when minimum width is 1000 pixel, then only save hyphen time image will be displayed, and when minimum width is 500, so smaller image will be displayed. Okay, so when we have this code and I refresh, okay, because now screen width is less than 1000, okay, so this image is displayed, but when I increase the screen width, you can notice that the image has changed. So when I reduce, previous image is displayed. When I increase, the bigger image is displayed. Okay, so this is something that you can play around with multiple device dimensions. Okay, but this is really useful when you are going to cater multiple screen sizes. Okay, now let us continue. We'll check for the map tag. Now to generate code for the map tag, what we need to do is use online tools. So let's say we just search for create coordinates for image map. Okay, so let's say we're going to use image-map.net. okay, so let me use one of the image. Use this image. So our image has loaded on their browser page, so we need to make this area clickable. So I'm going to use circle. Okay, then let's say I'm calling kodegod.com, title visit kodegod.com, and I'm going to specify target as blank. So when I click on show me the code, so it has given me the code. So I'm going to just copy this code and paste it here. I'm going to remove this existing example, and let me just add it here. Okay, so it has automatically specified the mapping name as image map, and here ID it has also specified. I just need to specify the image name, so I'm going to call it as save time. Okay, so let us try to see how this is going to behave. So when I refresh, okay, so this is our original code, and this is the next image wherein we are going to make this area clickable. So now it is not getting clicked. Oh, sorry. So coordinates are nan because we did not created the coordinates over here. So when you click here, so you can have this circle given by the this website, and then once you draw your circle, you can click on the show me the code link, and it gives you the coordinates. So I'm just going to copy the coordinates here. Okay, so paste it. When I refresh the page, okay, so now this particular area is clickable. It is also showing me this title. So when I click, it has opened kodegod.com. Now let us not bother about the why link is not clickable. So anyways, to fix it, we just need to specify href correctly. So try, okay, specify the correct link, then click on refresh. Okay, so it has opened kodegod website properly now. Similarly, we can specify square and polygon as well. So let me just quickly do that. So I'm just going to create a rectangle, specifying the link now. I'm skipping the title for now, then blank, then I'm going to specify rectangle over here. So these two tools are quite useful, otherwise we'll spend a lot of time in creating those coordinates. So I'm creating another poly, pasting the link as this blank, and then to create the poly, I created the poly like this. Okay, it doesn't matter actually. For example, you can create any kind of poly. So let us say this is my poly, and then I'm going to click on show me the code, and I'm going to copy these maps only. So I'm going to paste it here. So if you just notice, it has specified shapes as rectangle and poly. In the previous case, it was circle. So I'm going to close this for now, and then when I click on refresh, so this has become the clickable area now. So if you just notice, when we go outside of the polygon, the link is not there. Okay. Similarly here, the link is present. So this is how we can use image tags. I have tried to cover most of the attributes, and I have tried to capture how exactly the behavior is going to be when these different images are used. Okay. So next component that we are going to check is HTML table, one of the most important component when we talk about HTML or web development. So table allows you to arrange data in rows and columns. So it is useful when you have some statistical information or some tabular data to be displayed in tabular format. And you can display tabular data like user details, product listing, or balance sheet of a company. So those kind of different data that can be shown using tables. So table brings a structured representation to certain key data points. So tags which are used for displaying a table are, first of all, table which creates a table, then tr creates rows. So you can remember it as table rows. Then you have td for columns, then th used for creating header of group of table cells. Okay, so we'll check this in a bit. Then you have t head. Okay, so that is your table head, then t body, then t foot. Okay, then you have caption which sets title for your table. So this is how it is going to work. So this will be your caption of the table, and then you have your tr, in which you have this th as the columns. Then you have your table body. So this is your t head, then this is your t body, and here again you have trs, and then you can again use td inside it. Okay, so these are columns. So these are nothing but your td. In case of t head, it is th. Okay, so these are your trs. So notice tr can be used both in head and body. And finally you have your t foot. Again, in that you can use a tr and td. Okay, so this is your t foot. Okay, so these are three important sections, and this whole thing becomes your table. Okay, so by default tables should have borders. Okay, so you need to explicitly add a few attributes so that these borders can be displayed. There are few other attributes as well. So these attributes we'll check in the next slide. But before that, this is a typical structure of a table. So starting with your table tag, you have then caption, then inside t head you have tr and th. So this will form one row, and this comprises of your t head, and then inside of t body you have these two rows, okay, in which you have two columns, and then finally you have t foot, inside which you have one row and two columns. So this is the output, okay. So by default, when you use th, okay, so it displays as a bold, okay. So that is why this total is in bold, reason being we have used th here, okay. Similarly, if you notice here, th is used and the text is in bold, okay. So few attributes which are important to tables. We have align attribute, okay. So align can be used for the table, so table gets aligned on your web page. So if this is your web page, okay, and your table will get aligned like this centrally. If you use align center, if you write align right, then table will move on to your right hand side. If you have set align as left, it will move on to your left hand side, okay. Similarly, you have bg color, so you can set a background color for the table so that the information stands out very well on the web page. You can set border width, okay, it is in pixel. So in case you have set the border to your table, you can set the border width to it. Then you have cell padding. So what is cell padding? So cell padding is basically space between the content and body of your cell, okay. So if this is the cell and in case you have written a here, okay, so this is basically something called as the cell padding, okay. So otherwise, a will be displayed something like this, okay. It will be just next to the border of the cell. So you can specify cell padding, and similarly cell spacing is basically a gap or the space between two cells, okay. So otherwise, there will be something like this, okay. So it's better that you specify this property, so some space is added between the cells. You can also add width of the table is specified when you have certain space allocated to that table. So you can specify width equal to 100 pixels or 100%. So when you say 100%, so it will consume all the width available to it, or you can specify it in pixels. So rules is another important attributes which is not oftenly used. So when you specify rules as values all, none, rows, calls, okay. So rules or the lines are basically added to the specified values. Like when you say all, so lines will be added across all the cells. When you say just rows, so lines will be added only to the rows, okay. So your table will look something like this. And when you say value as calls, so only columns will be given the lines, okay. So some of the tags we will see directly in the Sublime now. So let us try to draw a table which can cover up all these attributes and tags. So let us try to create one example of HTML table. So I'll create a new file. I'm calling this file as table.html. Okay. So I'm going to start writing my HTML. Okay. So table example, and then I'm just going to create one table, okay. Then I'm going to write one caption for that table. So this is important data, okay. Then I'm going to create one t head tag and then th inside it, okay. So when I press on tab button, so by default, because t head and th has similar letters, the Sublime has created tag for t head only. So you can just press on tab again, so it will change it to th, okay. And we are going to need, let's say, 3 tags. So after doing this formatting, I'm just going to copy and paste, okay. So it copies complete line and creates the one more line, that is using the control V command. So I'm just writing, let's say, serial number, name, and let's say work experience. So we have completed our t head tag. Now let us start with t body. So inside t body, I am creating a tr, okay, then a td, okay. Because we have 3 columns or 3 column heads added here, So I'm going to just copy paste it twice. So let's say in the first entry I'm writing my name Prashant, and let's say work experience as 14. Okay, and I'm going to copy this line. Okay, so far we have created two rows. Okay, and two rows are having three different data points. Say Praneeth and say 5. Okay, so let us try to refresh the page. Okay, so this is the older file that is open in the browser, so I am going to change the file name to table.html. okay, so this is how our current table is. Okay, now let us try to make this table a little beautiful. So let us try first adding the borders. So borders of 2 pixels. Okay, so the borders have got added. If you notice, there's a default cell spacing added to the cells, so I'm going to remove that. So cell spacing equal to 0, and because there is no padding inside of cell, I'm going to add, because if you notice, then the text is almost touching to the cell borders. So I'm going to add cell padding equal to, let's say, 10 pixels. Okay, then let us add background color to this table. So bg color, I'm going to add RGB format. So let's say I'm adding gray color. Okay, so the color has got added. Now we have not added a t footer. Okay, so let's add that as well. So t foot, and I'm going to copy this part. Okay, so this has got repeated, so let us change it to, let's say I want to display their total experience, and let's say we want to add the total of total experience, that is 22. Okay, and because we don't want this information now, okay, so I'm going to delete it. Okay, when I refresh, so we don't want this blank table as well, and I also want this text to be in bold. So either we can use b tag over here, or I can just simply write th. Okay, and I don't want this now, so when I remove this, let us see what happens. Okay, so because of mismatch between number of column heads, so this inconsistency we are able to see here. Okay, so what we can do is, for this th we can add call span. Okay, so when I say call span, so what I'm telling is that this particular cell or this particular th is going to consume space of two columns. Okay, so it will come till this point, and this 22 will get shifted here. Okay, yeah, correct. See, so this is how call span can be utilized. Similarly, across rows, for vertical spanning, you can use row span. Okay, let me just correct my spellings. All right, so that was all for tables. Now let us continue with HTML lists. So lists are also important. So because lists are used to display certain type of content in a very structured manner. So there are three types of lists that we have in HTML5 or in HTML. So that is unordered list. So in which your list will be unordered. So you can use bulleting. Okay, so something like this. And to create this, we need tag ul. Okay, and for all these individual items you need li, that is representation for the list. Okay, so inside of li you can add your data. So this is your output. Similarly, you have ordered list. Okay, wherein ol tag is used instead of ul, and then you have li tag again. So here, instead of bullets, the list is marked with the numbers. Okay, and you can use one attribute start, because there might be cases wherein your numbering may not always start with 1. Okay, so you can specify the number using attribute start. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so in case you had not write this, so your numbering would have start from 1 and 2 and then the list. And finally you have description list. Okay, so this is basically is used to display list of terms and descriptions. Okay, so dl element is used to create the list, and dt element is used to specify term. We also have one additional tag here, that is dd. It is used to specify terms description. Okay, so dt is basically your term and dd is basically your description. So when we use this, so terms definition are slightly indented. Okay, so this is the example. So you have your DL tag, and this is your term kodegod.com, and this is the description related to this term. Okay, similarly you have blog.kodegod.com as the term, and we have attached this description inside of DD tag. Okay, so this is the output. So these are your terms and this is your description. Okay, so let's quickly check examples on this. So I'm creating one more file now, calling this file as let's say lists.html. Okay, so again I'm creating one HTML page, HTML template I have got added. So I'm adding the title as list. Then I'm creating, let's say inside of h1 tag, I'm writing unordered list. Okay, copying, pasting it and changing it to ordered list, and then I'm writing description. Okay, after that I'm creating the list. Okay, so let's say first is ul. Okay, then I'm going to add li. Okay, so I'm just writing, let's say mango, orange and banana. Okay, so before I refresh I need to change the file name here, so I'm changing it to list. Okay, correct. So this is the output. So it has created one unordered list. Now I'm just going to copy this whole part, pasting it here for creating the ordered list. Now change the tag from ul to ol and it should create the ordered list. Okay, now if you want to start the numbering from, let's say 3, so we need to just write start equal to 3 and it will start the numbering from 3. And then we have finally the DL tag. I'm just going to copy and paste this thing again, and I'm just going to change these tags to DL from UL, and then I need to change this to DT. Okay, so what you can do is in Sublime you can press Alt button and then select this whole part. Okay, and because if you notice it has changed the cursor from single line to multi-line. Okay, so you can just type in DT. Okay, and I'm just going to add a space over here and then change this as well. You can also change it by typing. So I'm going to delete this part. Okay, and I'm going to write DT. Okay, so if you just notice, the cursor can be used to type multiple lines at the same time. Okay, now to remove this selection you just need to press escape. Okay, I'm going to delete this extra space that I added for the quick edit, and then I need to add a definition for this TD. So I'm just going to write DD. Okay, let's say my favorite fruit, my second favorite fruit, and my third favorite fruit. Okay, I just need to be correct with the sentence, so I just added it here. Alright, so our definitions are ready now with the terms, so I'm just going to refresh. So this is the output. So the description list is prepared now. So this was all about type of lists that we can create using HTML tags. So after lists we are going to check about forms. So form is very important HTML tag in HTML5. So form is basically used to retrieve information from the user. So you must have seen the username and password fields. So these are nothing but the forms, or the registration pages that we see commonly are nothing but the forms. So forms are used to collect inputs from the user, and it contains special elements like input box. So this is one input box. Then we have radio buttons for user to select his gender, let's say male and female. And then we have check boxes. Okay, let's say MCA or BE or something like that. So especially when you have multiple options, then you can use check boxes when a user can select a particular item. And in case of radio buttons, so only one option can be selected. Okay, so this is for in a single option needs to be selected, and this is for multiple options. Okay, then we have submit button. So whenever the form gets filled, okay, so inside of that form you'll have a submit button. So once user clicks on that particular submit button, so page will be submitted, as in all this information that user has entered in will be submitted to the server. Okay, so server internally can redirect user to the same form or to the new specified page. Okay, so that information that is being sent technically gets directed to the new page or the same page itself. Okay, now this is defined with the help of action attribute in the form tag. Okay, so here are the attributes. So name is the name of the form. Action is used to specify the URL where the information will be sent or where the information will be submitted via the form. And then we have method. So it is the method using which the data can be sent. It can be get or post. So get is something that the form data gets added into the URL. So let's say your page name is, let's say, xyz.php, then a question mark will be added to it, and then your form data will be added here, something like this. So this will be the variable name. Okay, so name tag, and whatever the value user has specified, so that value will be here. And in case your form has multiple data, then using the ampersand, the second pair will be sent. Okay, so this is how the get data would be, and post data is not sent in the query, okay, or it is not sent as a part of the URL, but it is sent in the page itself in the header tag. Okay, so advantage of post method is that the data is not directly visible to the user, and disadvantage of get method is that the information is clearly visible in the URL. Okay, so post is the most preferred method, but there could be some instances wherein you can use get method as well. Additional attribute which is not oftenly used is the target element. It is just similar to the ahref. You can specify when the user clicks on submit button, the new form page can be opened in the same browser window, or it can open a new one. So all these attribute values are almost similar to ahref. Okay, one important attribute is encoding type, that is enc type. So this specifies how data should be encoded when we are submitting to the server or to the new page. Okay, and this can be used only when we have method as post. Okay, so these are the attributes related to enc type. So application slash xww form URL encoded, so this is the default one. Okay, so even if you don't specify, this attribute value will be considered. Okay, what it does is it encodes all characters and then it sends to the server. Okay, so why encoding is needed? So your data could be having data like this, let's say Prashant space Chaudhary. Okay, so this space can create some problem. Okay, so this space can get converted to a plus sign, so your data will be sent as Prashant plus Chaudhary. Okay, and in case your data has some special character, let's say ampersand or greater than, okay, which are technically part of your HTML codes as well, because ampersand gets used in the query string values, plus less than and greater than sign are basically part of your HTML code too. So these kind of special characters gets converted into its proportion hex value. So on the server side, when you're going to process this information, you are required to decode these values again. Okay, but this makes sure that there are no slippages with the data and your data gets correctly transferred to the server. And then we have multi-part form data. This is generally not recommended because it does not encode any character. Okay, but these can be also used in case you are working on some really complex data. So in such cases, when you are working on large amount of content data, in those cases you might require this attribute value to be used. And finally, we have text slash plain. So this converts spaces into plus symbols, but special characters are not converted. Okay, so when you're sure that there won't be any special characters entered in the your text box or your text area, in that case you can use it, but you need to also ensure that the special characters are not allowed to be sent to the server. And that can be done using validations, either using JavaScript or jQuery or anything like that. Then we are going to talk about input element, because for form to work you require some input elements. So these are fairly common input elements like a text box, password field. So text box is nothing but general text box that we have seen in the earlier slide for username. So when you enter password should not be shown to the user. Okay, so all the input that user is entering will be replaced with the star. Okay, so this is password field. Then we have checkbox, okay, like this. Then we have radio button, and then we have file control. When user clicks on this select button, so it will open file dialog box and user can select the file that can be sent to the server. Then we have one hidden input type. So hidden does not display anything on the screen, but there could be instances wherein you're required to send some information on the web page. Okay, and that information can be used via certain script, and certain operation can be performed over there. Okay, for example, you can send users certain information into the hidden tags. Then you have select tag. So you must have seen the drop down buttons. Okay, so this is your select tag, and inside that whatever the list that we see is basically part of option tag. Okay, so this could be option 1, option 2. And then finally we have text area, a normal text area that we use to store addresses. Okay, or you can even write it to write large amount of paragraph text. Okay, so the difference between text area and text box is that it is single line and this is multi-line. Okay, and then finally you have a button. Okay, so this button is not your submit button, it's just a general button. Okay, so let's say on click on this certain button, you are required to perform a particular action. So that button can be used. You can specify the text that you want on this button. And finally we have submit button. Okay, so this basically submits your information to the server. So whatever value user has entered into these fields can be submitted to the server. And we have a reset button as well. Okay, so reset basically gives opportunity to the user to reset all the information that he has entered on the given form. One important attribute that we need to be sure of is the name attribute. Okay, so whatever attribute value that we give to the name attribute, okay, so that value will be sent to the server. Okay, so when I say let's say I have this field, I am setting the name as let's say user underscore name. Okay, and then I'm entering value Prashant. Okay, so the value or the information that will be sent to the server would be user underscore name equal to Prashant. Okay, so this name technically acts as a variable name and that can be consumed by the server. Okay, so in order to retrieve this information, you'll require this name. Then in HTML5, they have added a few more important input elements. So date time local basically gives you opportunity to select date and time at the same time. Then you have separate date field wherein you can select the date. Then you can select month, week and time using these input types. Then we have number. Okay, so this gives you opportunity to create a step counter. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so it gives you opportunity to create something like this. Okay, and you can set the minimum and maximum value. So let's say you have set 10 and 20, and you can set the step counter as 2. So your values will be ranging from 10 to 20 with the increments of 2. Okay, so 10, 12, 14, 15, sorry, 16, 18 and 20, these are possible values. Then you have email field, which can be used to specify user's email, and this can be used to specify any HTML URL. Okay, so these are can be directly used, and validation can be performed by the browser itself. We don't need to write any code to check whether user has entered certain value there or not. It even checks whether the validation is correct or not. So in case of email, it will ensure that you can just randomly write anything and the page gets submitted. It will check whether the @ is there, or in case you have added space, so it will give you an error. So we'll check that in the live example. And then you have URL. You can have color code, so this will give you a color picker using which you can select a certain color. and then you have range field, so it will give you dragger, a drag button, something like this. So you can have some minimum value here, maximum value here, and then user can drag this handle from left to right or right to left. Then you have search keyword and tail keyword as well. So these are again to specify the telephone number and search keyword. So these are new HTML input elements that HTML5 has added, which has simplified creation of form variables. So now let us try to create a simple form with the information that we have so far. So let us try to understand the concept of forms using one example. So let me create one new file. Okay, I'm going to call this file as forms.html. Okay, I'm creating my HTML template. Okay, adding some title here, forms. So let us say I'm creating one h1 tag. Okay, example, and then I'm creating a form. So inside of form I'm going to just start writing all the tags that we have seen. So let us say this is a registration form. Okay, so I'm saying registration, and then I'm going to write, let's say, name, then input type text. When I write, then it will give text control. So let me just try these are rendering here or not. Forms.html, let me, yeah. So once I refresh, so this has got rendered, and then let's say we add one field for passwords, and then we just need to change the type here as passwords. Okay, so when I refresh, so this field has come up here. So if you just notice, okay, this extra s is there. So when I just type here, so this dots are coming instead of normal text. And then let us ask user his gender. So here we will require radio button. So I'm going to call this as radio. Okay, and then I'm just going to write male. Okay, and then I'm just going to add one more field, female. So now these things are coming just next to one another. So I'm going to add a BR tag. So here it is, and after this, let's say I'm going to add languages known, and for this I'm going to create checkbox. Okay, so here let's say I'm writing English and then Marathi and Hindi. Okay, so I've added these three options. Okay, so if you notice, when I select on these radio buttons, they are still not somehow working correctly. Okay, so to solve that, what we need to ensure that name field is filled up for these radio buttons, and it needs to be common between these two radio buttons. So that is the only way browser will know that this particular radio button belongs to a certain group. Okay, so let me just so I just added few spaces to for clear reading, and then if you just notice this name tag over here, so I'm just going to write, let's say, gender over here. Okay, when I refresh here, so if we just toggle between this, now this is working properly. Okay, another thing is when we click on this female or this male text, it is not getting selected. For in order to that to work, what we need to just use is label field. Okay, this is one tag that we did not discuss, but it's very common tag. Okay, so when I just write our input type radio and text mail inside of a label. Okay, so when I click on this text, even the radio button will get selected. Okay, so this is one small little hack that we can use. So when I refresh and when I click on this, so you can see that it is working here. So now in case of checkbox, it is not happening. So the similar thing we need to do over there as well. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Okay, select alt 3 lines, so I can paste it directly there. Okay, and also I'm going to the end of each sentence, and then I'm just going to paste. Okay, so even with this, it has started working here. So if you notice, I'm able to select multiple options here. Okay, so we have completed radio buttons and checkbox. So now let us continue with other input attributes. So we have seen checkbox, radio. Now let us see how we can add a file. So I'm just going to copy this, and so this is, let's say, not required for now, and I'm just going to write file. Okay, let's say I'm going to say upload resume. Okay, so this will show a file. Select dialog once I click on this part. Okay, so again let me add one BR tag here. Okay, so this thing is not required. Okay, so after this, in case we require some kind of hidden information, so we can use hidden. Okay, and for this we can use value attribute. Okay, and then specify some value, let's say some encrypted value that which represents user's ID. Okay, so let me just again remove this part. So if you notice, nothing has been displayed over here. Okay, but if you just view source of this page, so you'll find this value here. Okay, this value is basically inside of your HTML code. Okay, but this value can be accessed using JavaScript. That is something that we'll check when we are going to learn about JavaScript. Okay, so for now I'm closing this, and alright, so we completed hidden tag as well. So now let us try to add one drop down box. So to add a drop down box, I need to create select as the main tag, and then inside that I can write options. Okay, so I can create multiple options like this. So I can write 1, 2, 4, or let's say I'm just writing 10, 20, 30, 40, or I can specify a range as well. Let's say 10 to 20. Then so let me just update these values quickly here: 30, 40, and 50. Okay, so let us just call this as years of experience. Okay, so you can see that this drop down has appeared over here. Okay, and you can also create option groups. Okay, this is very important tag, but very rarely used. So you can write opt group. Okay, so to group these options, we need to create one opt group tag, and we can use the label as, let's say, range. Okay, and all these option we need to put inside of that option group. Okay, so opt group stands for option groups. Okay, and once this is done, okay, let us try to refresh this. Okay, so you can see this option group has got created. We can create one more group. Okay, and let's say, I don't know, I'm going to call let's say small range, or maybe fix. Okay, and then I'm just going to remove these values. Okay, and just something like this. Okay, so when I refresh, okay, so you notice this is something that has happened. We have created two options and a range. So there are basically two option groups, and there are 4 different options inside of those option groups. And another important thing, sometimes we may require a default option. Okay, so what we can do is we can just write something like this. Let's say select. Okay, because it was the first option that has got automatically selected. Okay, so when I refresh, the select has appeared over here. Okay, and in case you want certain option to be selected when the page loads, so this is required some pre-filled values for a select option. Okay, so you can write selected as the default option. Okay, and that value will get selected every time the page loads. Okay, so this was for select and opt groups and the option tag. Okay, now we'll finally check a button tag and submit tag, and then a reset tag. Okay, so we have a button. Okay, so let's say I'm calling let's say check data. The buttons are rarely used unless you have some JavaScript integrations with them. So it is just a button. Okay, and maybe you can call certain action based on this. So action as an event we are going to check in the upcoming videos. So for now, just remember the button is a separate tag. Okay, that can be used as the input control. And then we have input type reset. Okay, so once you have this reset, okay, whenever you have some form data filled up, and in case user changes mind to reset all the fields, so it will reset everything, as in it will remove all the data that has been typed in by the user. Okay, and finally we have input type submit. Okay, so this is important element. Okay, let me just add BR tags. Okay, so this is the important button. So your form data basically gets sent when you click on the submit button. Okay, so if you notice at the top, the forms are getting submitted. Okay, now only thing is that we have not specified the method over here. So by default it is post, so we can write action and method tags. So method, let's say I'm writing get. Okay, and here if you don't mention any action, and if you don't mention any specific page, so page will get resubmitted to itself. Page data will be resubmitted to itself, or otherwise you can specify URL of some other page. Okay, so because now I have specified the method as get, okay, I need to specify the names as well here. So let's say I'm writing name, password. Okay, so these are the values that will be used by the page. Okay, so when I click on submit, so if you notice, the values are sent empty, reason being I have not selected anything. Okay, so if I select certain values, let's say Prashant, and let's say password as XYZ or whatever, and then I'm selecting these attributes. So when I submit, okay, in the URL, if you notice, the some value has been sent to this page. Okay, so the plus is added because of standard encoding. Okay, and finally, I think I just forgot to add one common control, that is text area. Okay, so this is nothing but your address. So I'm just adding one BR tag. Okay, and just specifying address. Okay, so that is all. So this text area gets added, and there are few attributes like max length. These are associated with the text area. So max length is applicable to your text box. Okay, so let's say we have created a field as, let's say, username. Okay, and your system needs to have, let's say, maximum length of, let's say, 10. So you can specify that. Okay, and when you're going to write here, so it won't block you after 10th character. Okay, similarly in text area you can specify a number of rows. Okay, that is, maximum 3 rows will be allowed. Okay, so BR tag has somehow come inside of your text area. Okay, so this is one idea that you can get. You can specify some predefined values inside of text area like this. Okay, so this is the pre-filled values. Okay, so let's say 1 2 3. Okay, so rows is basically going to display number of rows. So 1 2 and 3. Okay, so if I just extend it, I can write 5. Okay, so if you just check that the height of this text area has got increased. Similarly, you can specify columns too with tag calls. Let's say I'm writing 100. Okay, so it has increased the width, okay, of your text area column. Okay, so basically calculates the character width and then adjusts itself. So these are very common tags that we have in HTML inputs. So we are going to look for other more attribute values like date time, date, local time, email, URL, color range, etc. So these are tag values which are added into HTML5 recently. We are going to continue with the new form of tag values that have been introduced in HTML5. So I'm just going to create a separate form for this. Okay, so let me just add one horizontal line over here. Okay, and I'm just going to create these tags randomly now because for a quick understanding. So I'm just going to write few input tags quickly. So let's say I've added BR. Okay, and then these 6 or 7 tags. Okay, and I'm just going to add the new type values that we have. Let's say date, time, local, then month, time, week, number, range, URL, color. I think that is all. I'm just going to add one more submit button over here. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this. So again, in this form, I'm just going to add a method as get, so that in the URL you will get an idea that new variables are displayed. And just for the namesakes, I'm just going to add name for a few of the input tags. So let's say I'm adding here email, and let's say range here. When I refresh, so these form variables or these form elements have got added over here. So if you notice, for date time local, we have got HTML control from HTML5, where using which you can specify the date. Okay, so something like this. You can also click on this and change the values. Okay, or you can click here and a calendar will be shown up. Okay, if you want to reset these values, you can click on cancel. If you notice in the previous example, this label tag is not closed properly, so it is creating an issue for us, because whenever I'm clicking here, the focus is going to the file option. Okay, reason is that a label tag is here, which is indicating that this label also is going to include whole of this part. Okay, so we need to close this tag. So somewhere we are required to be sure that we close our tags properly. So when I refresh now, so that behavior is gone. Okay, So it's working fine now. So all the tags are closed properly. So let me just put it on the next line. So now continuing with this date time control that we have, we can specify date from here, and time is something that you'll have to type in manually. Okay, so you can add AM PM as well. Okay, so this you can change using the arrow keys. Okay, or you can type the numbers here directly. Okay, now the next control that we have is the month control. Okay, so here we can just select the month, okay, like this. Okay, you can change it using this up down control, and you can also reset it using this cross icon. And similarly you can set the time using the keyboard, and you can specify AM and PM as well. And the next is for the week control. So here again you will get the calendar, and on the left hand side you will have the number of weeks. Okay, week number. Okay, and you can select. So the week 30 will be selected. So the next control is for the number control. Okay, if I just refresh, so this number is going to start from 0 by default. Okay, so if you want to change, here we can specify minimum is, let's say, -1 or -2, and maximum is equal to, let's say, 10. Refresh. Okay, so if you notice, my minimum range is now -2, and the maximum value that I can set here is 10. Okay, so you can hold your mouse, these values get automatically scrolled down or scrolled up automatically, or you can click on the single mouse button like this. You can also change the step increment. Okay, as in by how many steps the number will get incremented. So default is 1, and if I refresh, so you'll notice that the step counter is now 2. Okay, then we have a range attribute. So again, for range you can set similar values. Okay, but of course these values won't be displayed here, but for user it is easier to select the range like this using a dragger. Okay, and these values that we have can be accessed via JavaScript, and these values can also be sent using your form variable. Okay, so let me just try to copy and paste these values here. Range. Okay, so I'm just going to, let's say, set 3 values. Okay, so starting from 1 to 3. Okay, I'm just removing this part. Okay, if I refresh, so notice only 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so 3 values are there. Okay, so if I add 4 values will be displayed: 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, if I add step equal to 2. Okay, so see now 1, 2. Okay, so only 2 values. So because it is starting from 1, so 1 plus 2 is, the value is set as 3. Okay, now from 3 plus 2 is 5. Okay, so that is why if you can notice that this counter is actually more on the right hand side. Okay, so to have it perfectly aligned, either I can set minimum value as 0, so it is properly in the center now. So it is 0, then 2 and 4. Okay, so this is how we can use the range HTML control. Then we have email. So here it will ensure that proper formatted email is provided, and here it will ensure that correct URL is submitted by the user. Okay, so even here it is not allowing us to go ahead. So if you check that proper URL means along with http :/ they are expecting. Okay, so now it is a proper URL and the form has got submitted. So to check that, you'll see that these values have appeared here. Okay, because those values are submitted. Okay, and why those values are appearing in the address bar? The reason is that we have set the method as get. Okay, so just to continue, if a proper email is not added over here, so it should give me an error that this is an invalid email address. And if you want a certain field to be compulsory field, then obviously you need to write required attribute over here. Okay, so you can write something like this, required, and it will always give you an error that this particular field is required. Okay, and finally we have color picker. Okay, so you can pick this color information. Okay, I'm changing the color tone from here and selecting the color. Okay, you can also use the color picker like this, and you can pick up any color value. So if you notice, once you select the new color, this color selection changes here, and once the selection color is changed, you can close this pop-up. You can also select these other options too, okay, whichever is comfortable for you. And once you have, let's say, some value associated with it, let's say color code, okay, I refresh, I'm selecting the color again, okay, and closing this window. I'm trying to submit. Because this field is now compulsory, we are required to select some value for it, okay. So submit, so we need to specify the time. So I'm just picking up something here and clicking on submit. So it has got submitted now. So let us check here. So if you check, this color code variable has also got added into query string, and this is the color code scheme that is sent to the server. So obviously this information needs to be decoded because this is into encoded form. Okay, so that was all for HTML control. You must have noticed that when we submit this particular form, information related to this form will be submitted. Okay, so important point that we wanted to make is we can have multiple forms on the same page, and HTML controls from those forms can send their individual values. Okay, so just to quickly revise the controls that we have seen in HTML5 as well. So these are the slides for that. So we have seen date time local. It allows us to select both local date and time. The value includes date, time, year as well, along with the time in hour, minute, and will give you option to select AM, PM. Then we have email control, wherein we can use it specifically for entering user's email address. Okay, it ideally works well with the required attribute. Okay, and once it becomes part of your form tag, it will start giving you validation errors as well. The same applies for URL input control as well. Okay, so this is how the date time local control will be displayed like, and this is how we can write code for email HTML text control. And then we have color code selector. Okay, so you can set predefined value to it like this. Okay, and this value can be accessed via JavaScript later if required. Okay, this is optional. Okay, if it is not set, then the color code of this particular field will be black. Okay, so this is the default color code. The color scheme is in the hexadecimal format, which is standard in web-based application. Then we have date control. It also allows you to select date only, so time won't be displayed here, and this includes date, month and year. So this is the example. You can write type equal to date, and you can set a default value to it like this. Okay, and this is a sample date control. You can reset this value using X control. Okay, you can change individual of these values using up down control, and this will show you a pop-up calendar like this. Okay, and we have seen the example in the live coding session as well. Then we have month tag similar to date. Okay, you can specify string format like this. Okay, and this is the sample, so this is how it looks. And then for the number text input value, we have additional attributes min, max and step. So range for this particular control will be from 1 to 5. So 5 values can be accessed because step is equal to 1. Okay, as seen, if you write 0, 10 and 5 for these values, so when you have step as 5, so only we are talking about 3 values, that is 0, 5 and 10. Okay, fairly easy to understand. And most important point is that it allows to enter numeric values only. Okay, so in a way it restricts other character to be inserted in this text value field. So this is one of the sample that this is how it is going to look, and you can use up down control, or you can type in the numbers directly into this text box. Then we have range input type. It basically allows you to enter numerical value in the specified range, but it will show you drag control like this, and we have seen example of this, and you can use same attributes like the number input type. And then we have a search type of input text control. You can specify it as type search. It is used to creating search input fields. You can use normal text field as well, but it will add some level of features to this particular text control. Okay, for example, when you have focus on this and you press enter, so it will submit the page automatically. So this is how it is going to look. Okay, it will have this cross button by default, and when you click, so this text will be vanished, and user can re-enter the keyword to be searched. Then finally we have tel. So this is used for entering telephone number, or you can use a placeholder for specifying the text format. Okay, so when user is going to type keywords over here, so let's say 1 2 3 4 5, dash will come automatically here, and then you can write 7 8 9 10. So this is how it will look. Okay, so we'll take one example on this. Okay, and then we have input type time. okay, wherein the time will be selected. It is almost similar as the date time control. It will have cross button and up down control attached to it. Okay, so the time is based on the system time. This is something that we should know. And finally we have URL tag. Okay, so if you just specify input type equal to URL, okay, so validation will be done for URL. So we'll try to take one example of this as well. And then finally we have week as the input type, where we can specify the week. So this example we have seen. Now let us take example for URL search and tell attribute values that we have seen. So I'm just going to add lines into this particular code itself. So I'm just going to create three multiple values here. So I'm just going to add one tell search and URL. Inside of URL I'm going to write multiple, okay, and then for tell I'm going to write placeholder format as, let's say, xxx hyphen xxx, okay, and then inside of search I am writing default value as enter search parameter. Okay, so if I refresh here, okay, so if you just notice, this cross button is coming when I'm going to type the text, and when I'm entering, it is trying to submit the page. Okay, so because now we have a validation, so browser is ensuring that we enter other values as well. I think multiple tag is really not required over here. Alternatively, you can try adding multiple in case of files. Okay, so just one additional concept here. When I write multiple over here, okay, and refresh, so when we select this file, you can notice that we can select multiple files now. Okay, like this. Okay, and those multiple files will be selected here, and it is showing me 3 files here. Okay. Alternatively, when we don't have multiple, so I have removed, and when I refresh, okay, so it is just going to allow me to select only one file. It is not allowing me to select multiple files. Okay, so multiple attribute is really useful in that case. Okay, so I guess guys, we have covered most of the input type text control and most of the attributes and values which can be passed to those attributes. Okay, I've tried to keep these topics as extensive as possible. So that was all for HTML's input types. Okay, so we have covered most of the points. So let us revise few input elements quickly with the help of our slides. So we have seen password field. So in the password field, it is almost similar to text field. Only thing is that the characters are masked. So this is the code. So you can write these tags inside of your form element. Okay, you can use label. So once you click on this password text as well, or when you can click here as well, so the focus will be shifted here, and user can start immediately typing the password. Okay, so in order to this to work, we just need to specify password as the value inside of your type attribute. Then we have seen radio buttons. So in radio buttons, we just need to write input type radio. You can specify name and ID if required. So name is required in case of radios. So these values can be selected alternatively. Otherwise, both will be selected. And similarly, we can use label tag here, and we can specify for attribute, and you can add ID of that particular input element. Okay, so in this case it is this ID. So this is required when you are going to write your label outside of the element. Okay, so this is another method using which you can use the label tag. Okay, similarly for the other element we have done the same. We have added radio button before the label tag and specified the value inside of for element. Okay, so if you notice, this value is common between these two input type controls. So that is how these radio buttons get binded together. Okay, and in case you have a separate set of radio buttons, so you can specify different name for these three radio buttons. Then we have checkboxes. So checkboxes have predefined set of options. Okay, and it allows user to select one or more options. Okay, so like this, if you notice, even the code of checkboxes, we have common values used for the name attributes, and exact similar to the radio buttons, we have used input tags outside of your labels. So you can use for attribute and get this label and input pairs binded together. Okay, so to create this input type checkbox, we just need to write input type equal to checkbox and rest of the attributes. Then we have file select box that we have seen, and basically it allows you to select local files. It opens file select dialog box, and again you are required to use input type equal to file. You can specify the name of this field, and as we have seen, we can add multiple attribute over here. Okay, so once you write multiple, so it will allow you to select multiple files. Okay, so this is how it will look when a file is not selected. This is the default set, and when you select file, it will show one file selected. And if you have multiple, wherein you can select more than one file, so for example, let's say you select 5 files, so it will show you 5 files selected. Okay, then we have text area control. So it is multi-line text input control, so it can be used to receive address from the user. Okay, and you can specify a number of rows and columns that you want to be displayed once the page loads. Okay, this is how it looks, and generally user can extend this text area by dragging on this corner. Okay, then we have select box. So it's basically a drop down list, and we are required to use options along with the select tag. Okay, so you can set default values, so you can select the text that you want to be displayed on the HTML drop down box, and those individual values can be accessed, or those individual values can be submitted when you submit the form, and the value that the form will submit can be specified inside of value attributes. Okay, so these can be numbers or text. You can also use multiple attribute. Okay, so your drop down is by default like this, but when you select multiple attribute, so it will display it as a list wherein checkbox will be displayed. We'll take one live example of this one, and these same values will be displayed, and user can select multiple values like this. And finally we have submit and reset button. So using submit, it submits the form, and reset basically resets all the text input or the selection that user has made. Okay, so we have seen this in detail. So let's say user has entered XYZ over here. Okay, so when user submits, so these values will be submitted to the same page or the specified page, and when you reset, so these values will get wiped out, and it will show you the default text or the placeholder text. Okay, so let us take one quick example of drop down that we have seen. In our example, we have these multiple drop downs. I'm just going to copy that code. Okay, so I'm just selecting this option, creating a copy of it. For simplicity, I'm just going to remove opt groups. Okay, and I'm going to specify multiple here. So when I refresh, so you'll notice that instead of selection in this particular browser, it is displaying as normal list. Okay, so I can press shift and select these values, or I can even drag and select these values. Okay, so this is how the use of multiple. It's not commonly used because it consumes a lot of space of your web page. Okay, if you notice, it has created a lot of white space as well over here, which will be technically wasted. So that is the reason that this particular option is not widely used, but in some cases it might be useful. For example, you have certain selections to be made like this. You have set on your left hand side, and then you have some button, okay, wherein you want to shift these values to another set of container. Okay, and maybe you want to reset these values and shift to left hand side again. Okay, so in these kind of rare scenarios, you might use the multiple attribute for checkbox. So after submit button, now we are going to check about iframe tag. So iframe is basically used when we are required to open another page inside of a page. Okay, so assuming this is your one page. Okay, so inside this web page you can have your code wherein it can open another page. Okay, so as I said, it is used to display external objects. Okay, those can be pages and few other objects as well. Like you can also display image using iframe tag. Okay, it acts like a mini web browser. Okay, so in a way, because it's a browser inside of your browser. Okay, for syntax you are required to use src attribute. Okay, and there you can add the URL to the web page or the object you want to display inside of this iframe. Okay, it can be used as a link target. Okay, and it can be named using a name attribute. Okay, so advantage of this is once you name your iframe using name attribute, you can access this particular iframe and all the document object module or the tags inside of this particular iframe from the JavaScript on the parent. Okay, so once you use the iframe, so this becomes your parent and this is your child in a way. Okay, again inside of particular page you can have multiple iframes like this, but there could be very less number of practical use cases where you may have multiple iframe inside of a page. Ideal case would be you may have few segments on your page, and you are required to load those segments from some different website. Okay, so most of the advertisements that we see are most of the times loaded using iframes. In modern codes, most of the time, a script runs which basically converts that particular section or the slot into iframe code. Okay, so iframes are very popular. Okay, and those are very advantageous when you are especially required to load cross-party websites, or websites from different companies or different websites altogether. You can also specify height and width, which are most important attribute. Okay, once you specify height and width, the iframe will be working between those particular height and widths only. So this is a typical syntax of the iframe. You have your iframe tag. Okay, then you have your src attribute wherein you are passing your URL. Okay, so this is again one example wherein I have passed the source inside of this iframe, and I have also specified the name for this particular iframe. Okay, so assuming this code to be part of let's say this page. Okay, so wherever I'm writing this page or wherever I'm writing this code, so this particular code will be displayed, okay, in the place of this particular iframe. And then the iframe will be displayed, this code will be displayed, but inside of this page another set of code will be here. Okay, so I think you'll understanding this concept in detail when I'll take an example in the editor itself. Okay, but for now let us continue with other few tags. So the next tag that we are going to see is SVG tag. Okay, so SVG is very useful for vector type of diagrams. Okay, like you must have seen graphs, or two-dimensional graphs, or some logos which are basically based on vector graphic concepts. So those are basically drawn in the HTML page using SVG tags. Okay, talking about the browser support, so SVG tags basically displayed in all the modern browsers, but few of the versions of Internet Explorer, there you will require adopt SVG viewer. Okay, so if that is not there, then SVG tags may not be visible. Okay, but again, as I said, most of the modern tags support SVG. So here is one example of SVG tag. So we have ID equal to you have specified some ID for this SVG tag, then I have specified height. Okay, this is the format that we can specify. Like for HTML page, we specify a certain mode of how information can be processed. So those kind of rule sets are basically here. So this is again optional, this is not really required. And inside this you can have multiple tags, like in case you want to draw a circle, square, or a polygon. So those relative tags are there. So again we'll be taking few examples of this. Inner tags are similar to tags that we have seen inside of image map. So it's almost like a map that you are drawing. So here I have specified the X and Y location, the radius, and the color field. Okay, so these are attributes that you need to specify, and inside of this SVG tag a circle will be drawn. Okay, so here is one example. Okay, because this particular color we have specified, so this particular color code is here. Then we have MathML elements in HTML5. Okay, so though this video is recorded in 2020, MathML is not supported in few of the browsers. Okay, but Firefox 3.5 or higher gives the exact results. And most important use of MathML is used to create mathematical equation. Okay, so this is one sample code. Okay, and by using this supporting tags, it has displayed or it has rendered this particular form of MathML. Okay, so now we have taken one example. I think in case of Chrome, it will just plainly display like this. Okay, but inside of a version of Firefox 3.5, it will display something like this. So there is nothing more challenging actually here. So we are just specifying that it's a row for MathML. Okay, again we have specified some standard that needs to be used while rendering this particular code in a certain format. So here I am specifying that inside of MI tag I have written A and then MN. Okay, so it will of course display it like this. Okay, so you can also notice the slight change in the font also. Okay, So this is more closer to the standard syntax that are being used in mathematics. Okay. You can also notice the difference between this plus symbol or this equal to. Okay, so it will definitely differentiate the way text is being displayed in the true mathematical format. Okay, so these are the standard tags that we are need to use. This is always for basically operand. I is basically, let's say, for instruction. Okay, and 2 is basically number. So when we say numbers, so it will be displayed like this. Okay, alternatively, here if you notice, superscript version is also used. Okay, so these kind of mathematical instructions that you can use to draw. Otherwise, the option that we have is either to use image directly. There are few advanced notations that can be displayed using MathML classes or MathML tags. So again, this is something that we'll see in the live examples. Then we have canvas tag. Okay, so canvas tags are used to draw graphics on the web page. Okay, but in order for the canvas graphics to work, we also are required to use JavaScript along with it. Okay, so that is the only way graphical animation can be built using canvas. HTML5 in fact has become very popular because of canvas tag. So there are very beautiful animations that you can build using canvas tag. So again, a few examples we'll see, so you'll get to understand how this can be done beautifully. So when you load this canvas tags, it has a default height and width. Okay, but you can specify your height and width using height and width attributes like this. Okay, so this is a standard code for creating a canvas on your web page. Now we'll talk about audio and video tag, so which are again new tags that are introduced in HTML5. So audio tag is used to embed audio inside of your web page. Okay, and this audio tags works in almost most of the modern browsers. So once you add some syntax like this, okay, also specifying controls equal to controls, which is again an attribute in case you want to display controls for the audio controller. Okay, so this is how it will be displayed on Chrome browser. Okay, there could be slight variation in terms of how this particular control is displayed across browsers, and you can have multiple sources, whichever type of MP3 files that browser can support, or you can have your different audio versions also. But depending on the file extension, you are also required to specify the type of the audio file. Okay, so here I have specified audio MPEG and audio OGG. So this is something that you can specify it inside of your audio controls. Okay, so this is something that is internally handled by the browser. Whichever output that it supports, that particular file will be played from this control. Okay, so instead of this, you can write something like this as well. Okay, so you can have multiple options, a single file in different formats, and whichever works first will be used by the browser to play. Similar to this audio tag, we can use object tag, which was widely used in the previous versions of HTML. Okay, so these particular tags are still supported. Okay, so object and embed, these two tags are used to display different kind of media files on your web page. Okay, like you can display video, PDFs, images, etc., etc. Okay, so syntactically there is a slight difference. The object tag is quite often used along with the parent tag, which is something that we'll also see. Okay, so I'll continue with the video tag. So the video tag was again introduced along with HTML5, and it is used to display video in the web pages. Okay, again it works with all the most modern browsers. The syntax is almost similar to audio tag. Okay, so you can have syntax like this. Again, when you have single format, you have specified source of the file, and for multiple file format, you can specify type as well along with the video files. Okay, you can also mention whether you want to display controls on the screen itself. Again, object tags and embed tags can be also used to display video files on the web page itself. Okay, but in case you have some additional operation that you need to perform, then in that case you can use these options. But in standard cases, video tag is just fine. You can continue using that particular tag. Okay, here is one example. You can use object tag like this and embed tag like this. I have specified height and width over here, and I also specified the data file. So in case of embed tag, instead of data, I am required to use SRZ attribute, just exactly same as the audio and video tag. Okay, So we are also required to use param tag. Okay, so this is something that we can use along with the object tag. So this is child element for your object tag. Okay, and it basically works with the name and value. So whatever file that you want to play or display, so to that particular object, these parameters can be passed. Okay, so in case you remember, earlier we used to have HW files, which was shockwave flash files. For those kind of files, object and embed tags were quite popular that developers were using, and this particular tag was used to set parameters for those objects. Okay, so here is one example. So we have one object tag. I am specified an mp3 file, and I am specifying autoflow equal to true as an attribute over there. Okay, so across different objects, different parameters lists were there. You can programmatically write action script as well, and you can split custom parameters to that particular action script. Okay, so there are few events in HTML5 as well. Okay, but these events are basically used in conjunction with JavaScript code. Okay, so what are events? So once you click on a certain button, okay, so that will be on click event. Okay, similarly when you press a key, okay, that could be key press event. Okay, so like this there are many different events, okay, which can be used to capture users action and run a certain code based on that particular event. Okay, so these are events. Okay, so again I said hover over a defined controls, as in when you move mouse on a certain element, so that will also trigger that particular event, or clicking on a certain object, that will trigger some event. So once the event is triggered, you can run certain JavaScript code. Okay, so for this particular tutorial we are not going to dwell too much more into events as such, because that will again require JavaScript code that needs to be written for you to understand. So for this particular lecture, or for this particular tutorial, which is dedicated on HTML5, we are going to skip events topic. Okay, but I'm going to display a few of the common events which are used or which are supported on HTML5. So onload is very common document events that is used, or unload is something that can be used. Okay, so I'm just going to just display these all events. Okay, we have on blur events. Okay, then on focus when a certain element gets the focus. Okay, or on resize when the browser or the web page is resized. Okay, so this particular event will get triggered. Then we have media triggers as well. On error, something can be done. Maybe you can display an error message to the user that there was some error processing the request. Okay, or media is paused or video is paused, you can trigger this event. Okay, likewise we also have on play. You can open some window, or maybe start the caption pages, or you can load the caption images and start displaying on the video. So these kind of triggers can be used along with the media events. Then of course we have key and form events. As I said, key down, key press, or key up. These are three events. Then form elements, as in when form is changed or form is submitted. Then we have few elements event, like on change, on drag, then maybe on drop. Okay, so these kind of functions are usually used when you're going to pick or drag a certain object on another object. Okay, then we have on scroll element, as in when you scroll, this particular trigger will be called, or you have on select event as well. So once a particular element is selected, this particular function will get triggered. Okay, so there are many events. So for mouse we have on click event, or mouse move or mouse hover event. So these kind of different events are associated to mouse events. So with that, we completed most of the tags which are associated with HTML5. There are a few other tags which are still left out and which are still common. I'm just going to display those tags quickly, and then we are going to see tags that we have seen just now in the live coding environment. Okay, so most common tag is again a div tag. Okay, so these are basically used to create a division or section on the HTML element. So div tag is very common tag. It acts as a container for grouping of your HTML sections, or your HTML elements. Usually div tag is heavily dependent on the CSS as well for it to perform correctly, like in case you are required to create two sections on the page. Okay, so for that you are required to split that width into 50%, Okay, so these kind of CSS you'll be required to write, or you are required to, let's say, add some padding between these two elements. So for this you are required to use CSS. Okay, so that is something again we are going to check in this separate video. For now, just understand that div tags are basically very popular, especially when we are required to develop responsive pages. So when I say responsive, that page will be displayed on a mobile browser in a certain way and a little differently on the web browser. Okay, so this kind of coding requires use of div tags heavily. Okay, I think for now we don't really require to bother about this. Okay, so this is something that we can see in the in a topic wherein we are going to talk about responsive pages. So maybe once we complete our sessions on CSS, that time we'll talk about responsive development. Okay, another important topic is once you have a div tag, so browser automatically introduces a line break because it's a block level element. Okay, and it doesn't have any effect on content or layout until style sheet is applied to a div tag. Okay, so this is general syntax that you can write div tag like this. Okay, but as again you'll require some CSS to see how the div tag can behave. Okay, so just to give an example, you have a div tag wherein no CSS code is applied, but we have used style attribute wherein I have just specified that width is equal to 50% for this particular div tag. Okay, and background color is equal to gray. Okay, so this is the code inside of the div tag. Okay, so if you just notice, so this is the output of this particular code, and this is the output of this particular code. Okay, so if you notice that it has reduced its width. Okay, so if this is your screen width, okay, so you can notice that it has utilized 50% of the screen, and earlier it was using 100% of the screen. Okay, now we'll check about the article tag. Again, it's introduced in HTML5. It represents section of the content that forms an independent part of the document. Okay, so most important benefit of article tag is that search engines, when they scan their page, it will give a weightage to this particular content. Okay, also some devices will on certain read mode, they might display this particular text which will be inside your article tag. So most of the e-readers or the browser could have options wherein only the reading will be enhanced. Okay, so most of the times they basically read with the content which is appearing inside of your article tag. Okay, so it is commonly used in blog post, comment sections, or forum post. Okay, and also when a new story is published, so that time those usually content are placed inside of article tag. Okay, it's again a block level element. Article provides more semantic information to screen readers, search engines, and third-party applications. As I just mentioned, that most of the e-readers will be relying heavily on this particular tag. Although it's an optional tag, it's not compulsory to have on your page. But it's a good idea that the search engine might give more weightage to your content, especially when you are accessing the page from a handheld device. So this is the basic syntax of article tag. It starts and ends with keyword article, and inside this you can have your content. So again, here is one example. So this is the standard code that I have written inside of h1 and p tag, but the similar code section, when I read inside of article, it will have higher search visibility. Okay, also if you notice, there will be slight difference between how the default rendering is done for both the tags. Okay, so article has a default look than the other tags. Then again, a new tag, a side tag. Okay, so this is just basically used to highlight certain content aside from your main content. Okay, content should be related to the surrounding content. Okay, this can be used ideally when you have a sidebar on your page article. It's again a block level element. So as I said, again, this is something that will be used by third-party devices or the softwares or the e-readers, and also by the search engines as well. Okay, but information, as I said, this is at the developer's consent, as in he can decide how exactly this aside tag can be used. Again, it's not compulsory to use, but it can have based on your semantics or how the logic that you're applying to your content, you can use this tag effectively. Again, because it's a block element, you are required to write certain CSS style code like this. Okay, we don't need to bother about this at the moment, but this similar code can be written so that your aside tag can be displayed something like this. So this is how exactly your aside tag will look like. Now this is displaying like this because of the CSS code that was displayed in the previous page. Okay. Then we have a header tag. Okay, so this can be used to display header document or important section on your page. This can usually contain title and heading information about the page. Okay, again it's a block level element. So this is how you can use the header tag. Okay, so again this is something that is really not compulsory to use, but this can semantically you can include this particular tag rather than just using these particular tags. Okay, you can also use the header tag inside of your article tag. Okay, similarly you can have a footer tag, okay, somewhere in the page. So this is how the output for the header tag. Okay, you can notice some default style applied to the sections of your article tag or header tag. Okay, so your header is displayed here and then the text is displayed something like this. Then you have one important tag that is details tag. Again, it's a very new tag to HTML5. So this represents a control from where user can obtain additional information about a particular text specified or the element specified. So detail tags uses two tags. One is the summary, okay, and then you have one open attribute along with the value that can be specified, okay, or that can be displayed when user clicks on the details tag. So once you add open attribute, and if this attribute is present, so the details will be displayed on the page at the time of page is loaded. Okay, so by default it will be displayed in the collapse mode. Okay, but once you click on the displayed elements, it can expand the details. Okay, so if this is the detail size inside of your summary tag, you can write your elements and this can be expanded with this particular information. Okay, so if this is your default code and once you click on this, then this can be expanded to like this. So this particular information which was inside of your p tag, that can be displayed directly. So as I explained in the beginning, if you set attribute open, then on the page load it will be displayed like this. Okay, that is the details will be in the open mode. Okay, then we have a footer tag. Okay, it represents footer information of your document or this section, and it usually contains information about the author, copyright information, or links related to the documents, or you can also write contact information or sitemap. Okay, again this is something that will be used by the search engines. Okay, this is commonly used inside of the body tag. Okay, again it's a block level element. So this is the basic syntax, and here is one example. So we have added nav tag, okay, which is used for navigation controls. Okay, so I have added few hyperlinks over here, also copyright information over here. So it can display something at the bottom like this. Okay, again this tag is completely optional, but again as I said, it will add semantic information to your web page, and search engines or third-party engines can use it properly. So nav tag is basically used for identifying a section or group of navigation links. Okay, so this particular tag can be used to create menu sections in case you have multiple links and you are required to group those links together and display in a certain format. So you can definitely make use of nav tag. So once you have nav tag, it provides a default styling option to the nav tag or the group of links that you have. So in a way it creates a decent menu that can be used directly as is, and then you can add your CSS code over this nav tags, so you can customize that navigation control or navigation menu based on your choice. So this is general code. So nav tags are generally used along with the UI and li tag, and you can have your multiple links inside of the li tags. Okay, so once you have code like this, it will create a simple menu like this. Okay, and then you can add your CSS code to this particular nav. it can display the navigation links in a more beautiful format. We also have a section tag. Again, it can create custom sections if you want to create in your document. Okay, so header, footer, these can be virtual sections you can create. Okay, not necessarily you are required to use header tags and footer tags inside those particular section, but you can have your custom sections created using section tag. It's again a block level element. So this can divide your content into sections and subsections. This is basically used when there is a requirement of 2 headers or footers or any other section of the document is needed. So section tag is again optional to use, but it's good to have in case you have certain unique requirement of a web page wherein you are required to create multiple sections on the web page. Again, custom CSS will be required for it to act completely according to your specifications. So this is general syntax. Okay, so if you can see, I have created a subsection inside of this particular section. Okay, so this is how it is going to render. Okay, but then you can customize, maybe you can add some space over here, and so that this content can be shifted over here. Okay, that is one example wherein you can use section tags. Okay, or you can have multiple sections, like section like this. Okay, this can be your section 1, this can be your section 2, and with CSS applied, this 2 section tags can be aligned to one another. Then one important tag that we have is the data list tag. It is used along with the input element. It gives you option to specify predefined options to the input elements. Okay, the tag name is data list. Okay, it can be used to provide quick choices of input to the user, and it can also have autocomplete feature. So once you start typing in the input button, it will filter out those options for you. Okay, then you can use list attribute inside of your input tag controls and specify which data list you want to refer to. Okay, so here is one example. So I have created one p tag where I'm writing enter the course name you want to learn, and then inside of one input text control I have specified a list as courses, and then I have created this data list where I have specified ID as courses. So when I specify list as courses, so this particular list will be referred, and inside of this list I have specified multiple options. Okay, so all these values will be part of your input text control. Okay, so something like this. So this will be your text control, and when you start typing in here, okay, it will start displaying this. Okay, so once you write C, only these 3 options will be displayed. Okay, so I think this is really useful when you have some predefined values and you want a quick filter control. Okay, so in that case this data list can be really helpful. Okay, so we are going to take examples of all these tags that we have seen, and then we have a meter tag. So it represents scalar measurement within the range or a fractional value. This tag is also known as gauge, and it can be used to, let's say, display your disk usage or relevance of a query result and so on. It should not be used to indicate a process, as in you should not be use it to indicate certain animation. Okay, maybe you can use it for display certain fixed value that this particular range that currently the meter value is. Okay, you can specify meter x. So this is particular value that you can specify. So we are going to just check the possible values in the next screen and the attribute values in the next screen. It is one inline element. Okay, so once you have certain thing displayed on the web page and you have this tag, so this will be displayed something over here just next to the your previous elements. Okay, so that is why it's an inline element, not the block element. So here are a few attributes of meter tag. So you can specify value as number. Okay, so it will display the current value of the meter. Okay, so this is the required attribute. You can also specify form, and you can specify form ID. So this basically associates your meter element with the form element. Okay, so we'll see one good example related to this. You can also specify high and low in specify number. So when you specify, let's say 10 and 20, and then specify value, let's say 15 over here. Okay, so your element will be displayed something like this. 50% will be filled and 50% will be open. Okay, you can also specify max and min. Okay, again these are numbers. So this is the maximum value of the range and minimum value of the range. So high and low used to specify the range that can be the highest value. Low can be considered as the lowest value. Okay, so you can work really well with these values and create multiple combinations of the meter tag. Okay, you have an optimum attribute as well, where you can specify a number which can be signify the optimum value for the meter. Okay, so we'll take few examples so that you can understand. So here you go. So you have one meter tag wherein you have specified value 0.9. Okay, so because it is specifying in the 90%. Okay, so it is displaying something like this. Okay, in the second example you are specifying value equal to 8 and minimum is equal to 0 and 10. That is why here it is something like this, at the location 8. So this would be your 0th location and this would be your 10th location. Okay, then you have low 60, high 80, then maximum 100 and value equal to 90. So by default your value is at the location of 90, maximum value is 100, and by default it will start from the 0 default value. So low being the lower range. Okay, so it will have certain indicator over here. Okay, and certain indicator over here. So basically you can use these attributes based on the expected output. Okay, then you have a progress tag wherein it represents to display completion of a current task. For example, loading something on a page, or in case you're waiting for some response that is going to be expected from the server. Okay, so these kind of processes you can display using the progress tags. It is marked as a percentage and displayed as a progress bar. Okay, so again it has a max value, that is a number. So this can be used to mention how much work the task requires in total. You can specify value, that is the current value, how much task that is completed. Okay, so here is one example. You will require some level of scripting for this particular page. So you can show a certain animation, and you can change the current value of the progress bar. Okay, because it's going to be start from 0 and the maximum value that I specified is 100. Okay, so in the live examples we'll obviously check how this value can be modified, and how the progress bar will display the results. Okay, on the page load, so there would be nothing blue on the screen, and once you change this value to, let's say, 10, it will highlight this particular area. Okay, now in this particular case we have written a JavaScript code wherein this can increase automatically on a certain time period. Okay, so we don't need to bother about this at the moment, but this is something that you need to just keep our eye on. So this is our tag, progress tag, and inside which I am specifying value and maximum range. Okay, so there are few other tags that are remaining. One is figure tag. Okay, so it is basically just used to specify caption to the figure. Okay, and it is basically self-contained and it is referenced as a single unit. So you have these two tags, figure and then figure caption. Okay, so figure caption falls inside of your image. You can specify source of the image, and you can also supply a figure caption to that particular image. Okay, so this is how your image will be displayed using the image source tag, and this is figure caption will be attached to your image. Okay, so this is how you can use the figure tag. And finally we have one time tag which defines human readable date and time. It is intended to use encoded dates and time which will be in machine readable format. Okay, allowing better search engine results or custom features, like you can add reminders on clicking on that particular time object, and once you click on that, it will maybe add event in your calendar, or it can help you add reminders in your apps. Okay, so this is really useful when you expect user to take certain action.
let's say you send a link to a webinar, so user can immediately click on that specified time and add a reminder or a calendar event inside the app that user uses frequently. Okay, so you can specify it using the date time attribute. Okay, again, this represents a machine readable time or date. Okay, so this is one example. So I'm saying good morning, it's time this, and now we will meet on time, date time. So this is a system format, and I'm just specifying 5 May here. So you, for user, it will be displayed like this: we will meet on 5 May. But when you click on this, operating system on the mobile or your computer system will give you some additional options, like, you know, do you want to create a calendar event for this, or do you want to add it into a reminder. Okay, so this is very useful, and with this we have completed most of the tags that are supported by HTML5. Now let us try these tags that we have seen so far inside of the text editor. So now let us learn about these tags one by one. So I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to save this file with the name, let's say, more tags.html. And once this is done, I'm going to create my HTML tags. I'm writing, let's say, more tags over here as the title, and then I'm going to start with, let's say, I'm writing one h1 tag over here, and I'm going to create a title for this particular page with the, let's say, h1 tag that is let's say iframe. Okay, we are going to demo iframe into this. So now I'm creating one iframe, okay, to which I'm going to pass one src attribute wherein I can write my path to a file. Okay, so I'm writing a path to a particular file. So let's say I'm going to write bg.mp4. okay, so this is the file at this location. So content is a location where this particular file is residing. So the browser is going to look for this particular object where this file is residing. Okay, that is more tags.html. okay, so on where this file resides, at that location it will search for this folder, and inside of that folder it will search for this particular file. I need to write mp4 over here. Okay, so let us see how it looks. So I'm going to change the file name as more tags.html. okay, if you check the view source, okay, so nothing has displayed over here because I think I need to save this file. Yeah, so once I refresh, so it has displayed it here. Correct. So this particular video file is basically rendered inside iframe. Okay, and if you notice, it has also displayed the few options and the control as well. If I select picture in picture, so your, you know, this video will be popped out of the screen, and you can continue doing few other operations if you want. Okay, so this is one advantage of, you know, using your tags like this. Okay, so similar results can be achieved with the video tag. Okay, so I can write video, then source is equal to, I'm going to write the same thing, that is content slash bg.mp4. okay, and it should give me similar results. Okay, but if you notice that if I have not specified any width to it, so it is going to cover all the screen area. So I'm going to specify certain width to it. Let's say I can say 20%. okay, so it has displayed it like this. Okay, and if you want, I can just increase it a little bit. Yeah, much better. Let me just try to increase it a little more. It's almost the same height as the previous one. Okay, just a little more. Correct. And once with this, if you notice, the video is somehow not getting played over here. Okay, so I can do two things over here. Okay, I can specify controls. Okay, and you can skip this part if you want. Okay, and it will show me the controls directly. Okay, So once you click here, it will have similar options like it has, when I mentioned something inside of my iframe. Now in case you don't want controls, you can delete this part, okay, and you can mention autoplay, okay, and once you refresh, you'll notice that it is not playing this video. So one important catch about video tag is that you need to start that video as muted, especially when you have not specified the content. So the video will be auto played only when it is in the muted mode. Okay, so once I have specified muted attribute, then it has started playing properly on the page load. Okay, and in case you want this video to be start all over again once it stops, so you can mention loop as the additional attribute. Okay, so if you notice in the existing video, it has stopped after playing it for the first time. So with the loop, it will start again once it completes playing the video file. Okay, so we're just going to wait for this one. Just important point that I want to make over here is that you are no longer required to write autoplay equal to autoplay or muted equal to muted. So that part you can skip, and even for loop, you don't require to write loop equal to loop. Okay, you must have noticed now that this particular file has got autoplayed. So important thing that we need to know about iframe tag is that it's not really required that you need to have MPG only over here. I can specify PNG or JPEG file also. So once I refresh, so because I think this file is not existing over here, so I think I have specified the JPG as the file name. Correct. So once I have this JPG file, so you can notice a file is there. Okay, it has added this default height and width to this particular iframe. So in case you want, you can specify width attribute to it. Okay, so let's say I'm going to say 600 pixel. Okay, so this is how it has changed its dimension. Alternatively, we can also have a file name directly here. So let's say I'm going to call list.html, which was our earlier file. I think the file name is list. So once I refresh, so you can notice that that HTML file is being now rendered inside my iframe. Okay. Now we also wanted to check when we use ahref inside of my iframe, then what happens. So now that we are going to change, so let me just open this file as well, list.html. Okay, so here I'm going to add, let's say, ahref at the top, ahref, and I'm going to specify some other file name. So let's say I'm going to call this table.html file. So table.html. Okay, and I'm going to specify target as parent. Okay, and then open tables is the text that will be displayed on the screen. So let me just refresh. So if you notice, this particular page gets loaded first, and because this iframe is part of this main page, so it has refreshed this particular code as well. So once I click on this particular link, you'll notice that it has changed the URL of the parent. Okay, so parent is something that has got changed. Okay, so if I just go back and let us say I don't write anything over here. Okay, I'm just going to remove this part. So what is happening, the default mode of the link will be applied. Okay, and it will just open tables inside of this iframe only. Okay, so this is nothing but target equal to self, that is the default target value, and if I refresh, okay, the same result it will give me, that it will open new page inside of the iframe itself. Okay, so we know that these are a few other possible options. So we have seen self and parent so far. Okay, so we'll just check what would be the results in case of blank. Okay, so when I write blank, okay, I'll just remove this part. When I refresh and when I write blank, it is going to open the file in the next window, that is in the next tab. Okay, so existing page will remain as it is. Okay, it will give me same results even if the link was inside of the main page, not only when it was inside of the iframe. Okay, so now let me try it with the top. Okay, so top makes sense when you have multiple nested iframes or multiple doc types on a same page. Okay, so even in this case it is going to give me similar results as the parent tag, because in this case only we have one parent and one child. Okay, so let us do one thing to our lists page. Let us add one more iframe. Okay, and let us see what happens there. So just below this ahref, okay, I'm going to add one iframe tag. Okay, and I'm going to open, let's say, image hyphen tags.html. So let me refresh. Okay, so correct, it has loaded this particular iframe now. Okay, so we have this as the main parent, this outer is the main parent, then we have this particular iframe, and inside this iframe we have this particular iframe. Okay, so this is one image inside of this iframe. Okay, so inside of this particular page, let us add one more link. Okay, so let me open that file, HTML. Somewhere at the top, let me add that particular link. Let's say ahref. Okay, and let's say I'm going to write here open in parent. Okay, so let's say I write here, so forms.html I'm opening, and the target would be parent. Okay, so let us refresh. So this link is there. So when I write parent over here, so this is my immediate parent, so it will open the page inside of this particular iframe. Okay, and if I write top, okay, so it will open link in the topmost parent. Okay, so I have changed the link, and when I, who is the topmost parent, so this particular whole browser page is the topmost page. So once I click here, it has opened the page inside of my complete page. Okay, so I hope you have understood all these 4 values associated with the ahref tag. Okay, now we'll again move back to our study that was related to iframes and video tags that we have recently seen. So let me just change the file name over here. So our file name is more tags. Okay, so this is our current code. So let me just remove this iframe for simplicity. Okay, I have removed this file. Okay, and then we have only one video tag on this particular page. Similar to this, we have one audio tag. Okay, to again which we can specify source, and then you can write one file over here as sample.mp3. okay, so this is a file that I have already added inside of my content. So this is my sample.mp3, and we can also specify controls. Okay, controls. Okay, so once this is done, okay, and when I hit the refresh page, you can notice that I have added one mp3 file on this page. Okay, so you can play around this code for video and audio tag. Similar to video and audio tags, we can use object and embed tags. Okay, for object tags, we can use data as the attribute and specify our URL into it. So I can write content/vg.mp4. okay, and when I hit refresh, you can notice that the browser has loaded the video using object tag. You can specify additional parameters if you required using the param tag, but this is something may not work necessarily depending on the content that you want to display. You can also specify SWF files instead of object tags. Okay, you can also display PDF or MP3 files using the object tag. So I can just copying this code, okay, and copying this MP3 file code as well, and just replacing here. Okay, so
So when I refresh, you can notice, one audio control has also displayed on the screen. But notably, you can see that object tags covers a significant amount of space. It also has this black patch, so that again you are required to remove using the param tags, okay, or the additional information that you can use along with the object tag. So you must have noticed that it increases the amount of code, okay, and comparing it with the audio and video tag, you can see that it looks really well. Also, it has simple attributes that you can specify, and it can work wonderfully well. So it's always better to use HTML5 tags. Another problem with object and embed tag is that they have limited browser support. Okay, on some browsers you may require to install some additional plugins. So that is one additional challenge. Okay, so we'll just complete looking at the embed tag. Okay, and you can specify src over here. I'll specify the mp3 file. Okay, again when I refresh, so this particular tag is being added because of this embed tag. Similarly, I'm just adding this video file over here. Okay, so when I refresh, it has removed the mp3 file code and it has displayed this particular video file here. Okay, so this was about video, embed, param and object tag. Okay, so as I said, you can specify some PDF files over here. Okay, and that can be displayed in the page inline. Now we will check quickly about few other tags. Let me just remove these tags for now. Okay, so few other tags that we want to check is the meter tag, to which I can specify certain values. Default would be minimum value, so I can still go ahead and specify the value. Let's say minimum equal to 10, then maximum equal to, let's say, 100. Okay, and when I specify value between this range, let's say 40, okay, so it will display a meter on the screen. Okay, so this is how the meter is going to look. Okay, so if I change this value, let's say to 90, okay, so it will update it, okay, like this. And we can also specify high and low range for this meter. Okay, so let's say I specify high equal to, let's say, 90 and low equal to, let's say, 15. Okay, and okay, let me just try to refresh this. Okay, so this is how it is going to look. But when I change the value greater than the high range, okay, so if you notice, there is a slight change in the color. Okay, similarly, if I change it to, let's say, 10, which is lower than your attribute value of low, so when I refresh, okay, so another thing to notice that it is not showing any progress over here. Reason being that our minimum value is 10. So let me just reduce it to, let's say, 0. Okay, and when I refresh, you can notice there is a slight change for the color yellow. And when the value falls between this range, okay, so let's say I'm setting the value as 40. Okay, so you can notice that because the value is in the range, it has shown it into the green color. Okay, so along with these attributes, there is one more attribute that can be added here, that is optimum attribute. So I have kept some code ready for the optimum attribute. So when I open this file, okay, so this is the file. Okay, let me just change the URL. Okay, so URL is meters.html. okay, so this is how it is going to look. So depending on the optimum value, okay, so your value will be in correspondence with the optimum value, and depending on the value specified here, so these changes would be reflected on the screen. Okay, so in this particular case, when your optimum value is 76, which is above your high range, okay, and you're specifying value as 5, which is again lower than your low range, so in that case it is going to show red. If your value is falling in range, okay, like in this third case, and your optimum value is between your high and low range, okay, so in that case it is going to show in green. Okay, so Meter can be quite useful in case you are working on some UI function wherein you are required to display current status or current operation completion status. In that case, you can use meter tag. You can use it programmatically. You can dynamically increase this or decrease this using JavaScript. Okay, but that is something that we can check later in the JavaScript course. Okay, again we'll continue with the remaining tags that we have. So one important tag that we need to check is the progress tag. Okay, so to the progress tag I can specify the value, let's say 60, and maximum value can be set as let's say 100. Okay, and when I refresh, okay, I need to change the URL because I am no longer referring to the old page. So let me just change the URL, more tags. Okay, so you can notice that it is displaying this progress bar. Okay, so UI could be different across browser pages. Okay, for both the tags there could be slight difference. Okay, so I just added a few lines. So this is how the progress tag can be used. I can close this tag here like this. Okay, then we have details tag. Okay, so I can write details. Okay, and then to it I'm writing a summary. Okay, let us assume I'm writing a question here. Let's say, is this a question? Okay, and then I'm writing text associated with it, which can be displayed once we click on the arrow that is displayed by the summary tag. Okay, so we need to add some random text over here. So for that, what I can do is I can just write lorem and press tab. Okay, so this default text gets added over here. So this is sample text, which is fairly used everywhere. This is dummy text, so this is called as lorem ipsum. So this lorem ipsum is a dummy text that can be added easily by just writing lorem and pressing tab key. Okay, so when I refresh the page, you can notice that it has created these detail tabs, and by clicking on this triangle icon it will display the lorem ipsum text. In case you must have noticed that on page load the text is hidden over here. Okay, it is collapsed. So to have text open, you can just specify open attribute over here. Okay, you can either simply write it like this, or you can specify open is equal to open like this. Okay, and once you refresh the page, you can notice that it is opening in the default expanded mode. Okay, so this is how details tag will work. Let me just remove these tags for now. Okay, let me just refresh. Okay, and then we need to check figure tag. Okay, so I'll just write figure. Okay, and then inside figure I can write img tag. Okay, to which we can specify one image. So let us say I'm going to use this HTML5 image. Okay, so the path is content slash html5.png. so I'm writing it here, content slash html5.png. okay, so if I refresh, it is displaying me the image, plus I can write figure caption to it. Okay, like this is the logo for HTML5. Okay, when I hit the refresh, so this text will be associated with this image. Okay, so that was all for the figure tag. The one final tag that we need to check is the time tag. Okay, so this is something that might not give us the expected output, but this is something that we can use oftenly. Like let's say Zoom call meeting will be at, and then you specify your time that you want to display. Let's say you're just writing 5 p.m. okay, but there inside of your time tag you can specify a date time, and you can specify, let me just increase the size of this window. Okay, and then you can specify time like this. Let's say 2020, let's say 12:12, and you can add time as well here. Let's say 13:00 like this. Okay, but when you refresh this page, so it will be displayed something like this. Okay, but however we are using this page in the browser,
So there is no any effect of this particular code. But when you write this kind of code inside of your HTML email, okay, or when you try to view this page inside a mobile browser, it will give you some additional options like, you know, add it to reminder or add it to calendar. Okay, so these kind of actions it will display. Okay, so this is very useful tag. Okay, and this is commonly used when you send meeting invitations, or you want to send some meeting timings. So in that case, handheld devices or any third party applications can quickly create events for you. So the next tags which we want to check are the SVG and canvas tags. So first let's quickly check about the canvas tags. So let me just create the HTML page. Okay, so this svg hyphen canvas.html is the file I've created, and this file is open here in the browser. So let me just add some title to it. Let's say svg canvas. Okay, when I hit refresh, you can see the title has got added over here. And let me just try adding a canvas tag over here. Okay, now you can check that there's no significant changes in the web page over here. I'll just add one h1 tag. Okay, let me just add some text inside of h1 tag. Okay, so you can notice that the canvas has not rendered anything. Okay, so we need to add height to it. Let's say 100 and width as 100. Okay, and after that I need to specify some style to that particular canvas. So I need to write inline css. So let us not bother about writing css much over here at the moment, but just to explain this tag, I'm just going to add one border with 1 pixel size. It will be in solid form. Okay, and I am giving color to this particular border as, let's say, black color, or yeah, so black color is 000. So when I refresh, you can notice that the canvas tag has rendered one square here. Okay, so this is basically outer border for this canvas. Now you can add multiple code over here. Apart from that, to build the animations, you can write JavaScript code to this tag, and that JavaScript code can run on this particular canvas if you have specified, let's say, some ID to it. Okay, so let's say I'm writing my canvas. Okay, so you can refer this ID inside of your JavaScript code, and the necessary animation or the rendering will be done here automatically. So I think we cannot dwell in much more into canvas tag at the moment, reason being it will require knowledge of CSS and JavaScript. So we are going to cover canvas in detail when we will learn about CSS and JavaScript. Okay, so this is something that we'll definitely try exploring more when we learn future lectures on CSS and JavaScript. Okay, so let us continue on SVG tag. Okay, so SVG is basically, again, it will give you a good amount of vector graphics. Okay, so this is how the SVG tag is created. Okay, so just like the image map that we have seen, you can draw multiple objects using SVG. Best part is that the objects drawn under SVG won't be pixelating, and you can increase size and width or the dimensions of those objects by changing the code itself. Okay, now there are many subtags available inside of SVG. Okay, as we have discussed earlier. Okay, but there's no point to remember all these subtags as well. So there are many tools available. So let me show you a few of the tools available under SVG. Say SVG generator online. When I search this, okay, so these are few options. So this is very fairly simple to use, method draw. So you can open this one. Okay, and let me just make this screen into full screen. Okay, and what you can do is you can start drawing whatever the animation that you want. So let's say I'm writing something with the pencil over here. Okay, I am, let's say, creating one square. Okay, another square. Okay, then let me try writing over the square with the pencil. Okay, I can also add text, need that. Okay, let's say I'm writing kodegod.com, then I'm adding few shapes like this. Okay, you can of course change colors and everything. These kind of things you can definitely do. Okay, let us say these changes I have done now. Okay, and I want this particular screen to be available on my HTML. Okay, so what I can do is I can go to view, then source. Okay, so you can notice that it has created all the SVG code for you. Okay, so you can see this path, rectangle, everything else like kodegod text. It must have created some tags. See, the text tag is here. Okay, so all these tags are easily available, and by using this code you can quickly generate this code. Otherwise you will waste humongous amount of time in writing this particular HTML code. Okay, so for simplicity now let me just copy this code. Okay, I'll go back to my page. Okay, so this was our original page. Let me resize the screen, and I can replace my SVG code over here. Okay, so I have replaced everything. Okay, I'll just refresh. So you can notice that the same code has appeared over here. Okay, and if you want you can change things over here. So for example, I'm going to change color of this particular rectangle. Let's say I'm writing color as FF3. Okay, when I refresh, so you can notice that the rectangular color of the outermost rectangular has got changed. Okay, so that was all about SVG. So as I said, the canvas will require JavaScript and CSS. So that is something I will check in depth when we will complete our course on CSS and JavaScript. Alright, so now that we have completed most of the tasks and we have seen how their implementation is, so let us discuss the project that we have promised to build. So I'm just going to open that file for your reference. So this is the project that we need to build. So this is going to be completely built using HTML tags only. Okay, so we have some animation running at the bottom, then we have some images and text in different fonts, and we have two forms over here, one for registration and other one is for login. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more page like this. Okay, so just for simplicity I am going to create one new page over here. Okay, I'm going to save this file with the name project-sample. Okay, .html. Okay, and I'm going to open that file over here. Okay, so because this HTML has got added. Okay, so we are able to see now the blank page. So I'm going to create this HTML page. I'm writing the code. Okay, I'm writing HTML5 over here. Okay, I think learn HTML5. Okay, let me open that file over here in the next tab. So what I have done is now I have opened the original project file in the next tab. Okay, so this is the original project. Okay, so if you notice what are all the things that we have. So at the top we have learn HTML5 as the title, so which I have added over here. So let me just convert it to capital letters. Okay, and after that we have this section. So let me just explain this over here on the slides, how we can create the DOM structure or the HTML code for this particular page. Okay, so what we can do is we have this one image tag over here. Okay, then we have, let's say, one h2 or h1 tag. Okay, then we have this normal text. Okay, and this particular text is in the small tag. Okay, and about the table structure, what we can do is we can create a certain table with, let's say, 3 columns, I would say. So it would be like this. Okay, so this can be a table. Okay, maybe we can keep some margin over here, or we can align this table in certain way that is aligned in the middle or on the right hand side. Okay, but sectionally what we can do is we can create these 3 different columns. Okay, we can what also do is if we require this text to be aligned, we can create 2 rows for this particular section like this, and this can be part of 2 rows. Okay, so what we will do is use row span for this particular section. Okay, so this particular content block will be spanned across 2 rows. Okay, and once this is done, by default all the body tags has white as the background text. So at the bottom, this particular thing is a video file which is running in the loop. So what we can do is have a video tag code over here. So this video will be here like this. Okay, at the bottom. Okay, so in a way it is creating an illusion that we are basically, this particular animation is running on the whole page. It is not like that. This video has white color at the top, and because we have white color here as the background, it is getting mixed over there, so it is looking like as a single object. Okay, so I guess this is how we are going to solve this problem. Okay, this is how HTML code will be for this particular page. So let us try to implement this. Okay, so this is our file. So I am going to start writing with the table tag. Okay, so here let's say I'm adding this tr, first row that we are going to have. Okay, and then preferably we will require one td inside it. Okay, for the first section. So I am going to write one row span equal to 2 for this particular td. Okay, so here I'm going to have my all the HTML from the first element. Okay, and then I'm going to create one td for the registration and login headings. Okay, so I'm going to create those here immediately. Let's say h1, then I'm writing register. Okay, so immediately I'm creating another h1 over here. I'm writing login, and then what we can do is in the first td we can add this particular image object. Okay, so I'm writing content slash, I think the file name is, I need to check, the file name is okay, html5.png. so I'm writing that html5.png. okay, so let us try to refresh and see what is our current. Okay, so the text has appeared over here because we are not specifying any width over here, so that is why this content is coming next to each other. So obviously we are going to require adding those attributes over here, but let us fix why this image is not working properly. Okay, content slash html5. okay, so image is rendering properly now. So let me just specify width to this particular html element because we require some space on the left and right side. So I'm not going to write 100%, I'm going to write, let's say, 90% as the width. Okay, so this has obviously got increased now. Let us add borders for some time. Okay, so let's say border 1 pixel, so we'll get an idea that how exactly these tables are getting rendered on the page. Okay, so after this let us try to view this page into full screen. Correct. So what we'll do is we will align this table on the right hand side. Okay, so to do that I just need to write align right. Okay, correct. So it has got aligned to the right properly, and then we'll create the rest of the tags. So we will require another row. Okay, so in the second row we'll have only 2 tds. Okay, that will be for the creating our forms. Okay, now let us add the rest of the codes in the first td. So let me just copy this content. Okay, I'm just writing here inside of a p tag, so like this, and then I'll just copy this part again from here, and I need to write this inside of a small tag. Okay, so I added this content. Okay, so when I hit refresh over here, okay, so you can see that this content has got added, and even these 2 tds have also got added. So let us try adding remaining tags over here in the second section. So let me just open this other page for the reference. So we'll start adding HTML tags. Okay, so here we would require input tags. Okay, so this one is the email field, so I'm writing email. I'm writing placeholder as email. Okay, and we require some validation over here because when I submit this page, it is showing me this validation, so I need to write required over here. Okay, then I need to just copy this one, and to create another element I'm just writing mobile over here instead of email. Okay, again here I am changing the placeholder text. Okay, and then I'm going to paste the same code again. I'm writing date time, or we just require the date over here. Okay, so I'm just keeping it as a date. Okay, so we don't require a placeholder in this case, so I'm going to remove it. Okay, then I'll paste the code again, and this time we have a text box which is attached to a data list. Okay, so we will create a text box, and it has the default placeholder text as select subject. Okay, and once this is done, I need to create my data list. Okay, so I'm writing options. So let's say first option is C. I'm just copying and pasting these lines. So second one is, let's say, C++. Then we have, let's say, JavaScript. Then let's say Python, and one more, let's say Java. Okay, so these 5 options I have added here. Okay, so order is just slightly different, so I just cut paste over here like this. Okay, I'm going to specify name to this list as, let's say, subjects. Okay, and then we need to specify the list name here, okay, as subjects. Okay, so let us see how the impact it has over here. Okay, so correct, so this is working fine. Okay, if you notice, best part about this is that it filters the result and gives you the output. Okay, so when I write, let's say, py, okay, so Python is coming. When I did it y, so because JavaScript and Python has p letter in it, so it is displaying here it like this. When I write plus, it will just show me C++. Okay, so it's very good control. Now you will notice that these objects are coming next to one another. So what I need to add over here is a couple of br tags. Okay, so I'll just copy paste, pasting one here, then another here, and one more here. Okay, so after that, okay, you can see that it is coming properly now. Then other tag that we need to add is the password and the button. Okay, so I'll just quickly copy paste it twice. Okay, along with these two br lines like this, and then this is the password field. Okay, we will obviously not have the list object supplied over here, so I'll just remove it, and I'm going to change the placeholder to password. Okay, so when I just refresh, you can see that it is appearing properly. I think there's some problem with the br tags. Okay, so you can notice that these are 4 times, so I'm just going to get rid of these 2 extra brs. Okay, when I hit refresh, it is rendering properly now. So what has happened now that one extra subject has got added over here, and because the list is attached to here, it is displaying over there. So I need to remove that. I need to change this to a button. Okay, and I need to change value of this button to register. Okay, like this. So when I hit the refresh, you can see the button has appeared over here. Now when I click on this button, this particular email field is not getting validated. What is the reason for that? There is no form at all actually here, so I need to create a form, so only then the submission will work. Okay, so once I do that, okay, so another thing to notice here that it's a normal button that I've added here. Okay, we need to add the submit button. Okay, not the normal generic button. So the submit button works with a form tag. Okay, so when I hit the refresh, okay, now you can see that it is validating properly. Before submit, it will ensure that the proper data is entered. So I think for the registration page we have done most of the things. For login, what we need to do is we will require similar fields. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this part. Okay, and I'm going to paste here inside of the second TD. Okay, so we have the closing tag for the form. I'm just going to create starting tag. Okay, we don't require this part because closing part is already here. Then for this particular statement, I'm going to replicate it again, because we will require username field at the top. So this is again a text control, and then we have field as email slash password. Okay, so I'm writing email slash password as the placeholder name, just adding few spaces. And if we just hit refresh over here, okay, so we have got the text controls, but those are not in the expected format. So I'll just copy the br tags over here, so it will create those spaces in between of those two input text elements. Okay, so it is showing properly now. Only drawback is now that somehow the text is getting aligned into middle. So what we need to do is to align it at the top, we need to use v-align attribute. I can say v-align equal to top, and it will shift to top. Okay, similarly here you can notice that it is coming in the middle. So even for this particular TD, I need to specify there that the content needs to be on top. Okay, so like this. So I think we are fairly closer in terms of the UI when I make this full screen. So you can notice that I think there is some similarity. Of course, we need to create these spaces by entering few more spaces over there. So we'll do that quickly now. I can add space between this PR tag. Okay, so let's say I've added two more. Okay, like this. And this particular line is on the next line, so I will also add one BR after this kodegod. Okay, so it is coming on the next line. And now let us continue. This particular field is also working, so your form pages are working. Now we need to add one video at the bottom. Okay, so how we can do that? So just after this particular tag, I can create my video tag. Okay, and the code for this video tag needs to be in loop. Okay, and autoplay will only work when we have the video mode into muted. Okay, so I've specified these three attributes, and most important attribute is the source tag. So I write src tag. I am specifying the file name. Okay, let me just confirm the file name. So file name is snow.mp4. okay, snow .mp4. okay, so when I hit refresh, so this video had starting showing up. It is working in the loop as well. Okay, now a few things that we need to improvise is the the font size. It is little varying. If you also notice, I have forgot to add this particular HTML tag, so let us quickly add that. Okay, so I'll just add it in the h2 tag. Okay, html5. okay, we need to refresh here. Okay, so it is appearing now. I think it needs to be below your image tag, so I'll just cut it from here and paste it on the next line. Okay, and here, okay, you need to save and refresh, because okay, now we can refresh directly. Okay, so it is showing properly now. There's slight difference if you notice in terms of font. Okay, the font is slightly different. These are the default fonts which are being displayed. Okay, so because now anyways we are going to start with the basic level of CSS. So far what we have done is just using the plain HTML, we have at least somehow reached to the 90% of the result. Okay, let me just remove this border now because we don't require it anymore. Okay, so if I refresh, we almost have the similar page. Okay, and what else that we need to change over here is the font that is being displayed, and you can notice some white space is here. Okay, so to change this settings will be requiring to add some CSS code over here. So that will be very simple code, and anyways in the next lecture we are going to start with the CSS. So this can be a little introduction for you to write the CSS code. So to the body tag, okay, I am going to write few CSS code. One is the margin that is displayed on your web page, that will get removed by adding this. Okay, so if you notice this 5 pixel space is there. Okay, so when I hit refresh over here, okay, so it is completely touched to the edges of the browser. Okay, So that has happened because of that. Now let us change the font. Okay, so I'm writing font family, then I'm writing Helvetica as the font name, and in case this form is missing, I can use let's say Vardhana as the second font. And when I refresh, so you can notice the font has got changed. Okay, so the page is almost looking same as the project that we had actually planned. Okay, but there's slight difference between the spacing of this particular image tag at the top. Okay, so what we need to do is simply add some cell spacing or padding. Okay, so I'll add cell spacing as, let's say, 5 pixel. Okay, and then refresh. Okay, refresh here actually. Okay, so I think it's fairly decent now. Let me just increase it by 10 and let us how it displays. So when we refresh, it's almost similar now, almost similar. Okay, so I think this HTML is, we have created as h2, we can write it as h1. I need to save it here actually first, and when I hit refresh, so we have got it almost the same, almost. Okay, so we can tweak these elements around by changing maybe width of this particular first AD or second AD. So you can complete it by changing those values a little. Maybe you can change the width, or you can change the overall width of this particular table. Okay, so as we can notice some significant difference between these two pages. Okay, so we are noticing difference between the font size of the registration. So we can reduce it by shifting to h2 tag instead of h1. So let me just change that. Okay, so I have, okay, we wanted this as h1. So for registration and login we need to change, so I have changed it here. So h2 is added over here. Okay, let me just refresh the page. Okay, now that has got changed. Okay, then we need to change the the width issue that we have, that the width is shifting. So what we can do is we can quickly assign some width to this particular first TD. Okay, so let me just try specifying 50% or 60% over there as the width. So I'm specifying width equal to, let's say, 60%. Okay, and when I refresh, okay, we need to refresh this. Okay, so now it's almost closer to what is expected. And we can also notice that the fav icon is not there. Okay, so we can add it by adding link over here to that particular fav icon. So I'm writing icon over here, and the type is image, and the file format is in PNG. Okay, href, we need to specify the file name, so it is content/html5.png. okay, and we can also specify the size that it needs to be displayed. Okay, so sizes can be 16 by 16. Okay, it should be in small x. Okay, so when I refresh, it has displayed the icon over here. You can notice it here. We'll quickly check the fields. Okay, so I'm just aligning this window next to one another. So the field is email, mobile, and then we have the date control over here, then the select subject and password. So everything is fine here. We need to change the button text for this login button. Okay, and email password needs to be email/mobile. Okay, and the password field is correct also. So we need to change the placeholder for this particular text control, and then text for this particular button. Okay, so I can change it here. So here is a button, and we can write it login. Okay, on the refresh, it is displaying me the login option over here. Okay, and then we wanted to change the placeholder. I need to write mobile over here instead of password. Okay, so this is working perfectly fine. I think the most of the changes are reflecting properly. Okay, so this is our final output. So this was all for this particular tutorial on HTML5. In the next video, we are going to start with the CSS. So that will be our second video in our series on web development.
So stay tuned for that video. And meanwhile, you can continue your practices with the HTML5. You can try creating few other pages. Don't forget to like this video, share this video with all your friends, and in case you have not subscribed to this channel, definitely subscribe to kodegod, and I will see you in the next video. Thank you.